What is everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. This is the Holly Bobo case. Welcome. And this is the Holly Bobo's 911 logs exposed. And it's going to expose knowledge, inside knowledge and cover up. Let me show you how and why. All right. These are the Decatur County 911 E911 logs. Okay. How it worked back in 2011 was this is how Decatur County Sheriff's Office dispatch log worked. Okay. At 12 midnight to 8 a.m. So 12 midnight, 8 a.m. There would be one person there. One person that would, if you were to call and need something, one person. At 8 a.m., two people would then come on for like the shift there beginning at 8 a.m. And in 2011, a woman by the name of Judy Wilkins and a woman by the name of Sheila Carver. Okay. And so if I was representing anybody as a defendant in this case, you would have to call to the stand these people. The person that also worked the 12 midnight to 8 a.m. shift, you'd have to call that person to the stand as well, because it matters in this case. This did not happen in the Holly Bobo case. And instead, a 911 call was heard during the trial from it being admitted through the mother of Holly Bobo, Karen Bobo, testifying and being shown, yeah, is this the disc? Yep, that's the disc. What's that disc have on it? It has my 911 call on it. Oh, it does? Well, how do you know that? Because that has my initial on it, and I listened to it before, and that's what it was. Okay. Yeah, no, that just doesn't fly. So on 4/13/2011, there was a dispatcher, Sanders last name. Okay. And this is what the Decatur County E911 file looks like. And as you can see, this would begin at, the shift is 000 hours to 0800 hours. Okay. So, and what it does is when you would take a call, or if there's stuff that you have to dispatch to people. So there's times when 911 would be called in. And so over here it says to or from or dispatch and then the number. So for example, on the day of the Holly Bobo disappearance, okay, somebody had some really, really interesting knowledge. Okay. If I was to call 911 at 7:59, that's right when the swing shift, I call it the swing shift. You guys can call it third shift. That's right when the midnight person comes in. They go from midnight to 8. That's right when that person at 8 o'clock in the morning, their shift is done. Okay. If I call at 7:59 for this 911 call, at 7:59, this 911 call, it is then going to go into the 8 o'clock people shuffling in and the midnight person to leave. Okay. Now, what's been told to everybody is that Clint calls his mom on the cell phone. She doesn't answer. Then he texts her and says, call ASAP. Okay. And then not because she saw that, because she didn't have that phone with her. It was left in her room. She doesn't see that. But within 20 seconds of the call and then the text, she uses the library phone. Karen Bobo, while she's at school, says that she uses the library phone because at 7:46, okay, somebody came into the cafeteria and told her that a neighbor called in. That a neighbor called in 911 and said that they heard screams and that the neighbor called the school to let the school know. And I'm like, wait, what? So wait, a neighbor calls the school and tells the school, hey, give Karen Bobo a message and let her know that there's screams going down over there at blah, blah, blah. Okay, sure. And this person's name is Kathy Wise, who supposedly called the school. Well, guess what? I got Kathy Wise's phone records. Kathy Wise from her cell phone did not make any call to Scotts Hill Elementary School. That's number one. Then someone's like, well, did you check the landline? Yeah, check the landline out. Go right ahead. See what's on there. Okay. Problematic. Okay. So Holly Bobo's mother, Karen, is an elementary school teacher in second grade, and she gets to school late on the day of this happens. She has her cell phone in her hand, but decides to, I don't know. She says she goes to her room and her kids were already down in the cafeteria. Sure. So she leaves her phone down in the room. Then she goes down to the cafeteria, and as soon as basically she walks in, boom, she's hit with, oh my God, the neighbor called, their screams, and she fell to the floor. Okay. Then she goes and she walks to use the phone to call her son. Okay. So she calls her son. And that would be the first 753 call. Now, according to her testimony, she said, hang up. Go call all the neighbors. What? Was it go call the neighbors, or was it go call 911? Was it get out there and shoot him with a gun? What is it? Any way you slice and dice it does not matter, because here's what it is. On the stand, Holly Bobo's mother, Karen, says that she tried to attempt to call in between talking to her son at 7:53 and 7:56, that she attempted to call 911, but it went to Henderson County because that's just what it did. So she hurried up and she hung up. Okay. So between the 7:53 and the 7:56 call, that's what she says that she did. Then at 7, when she's on the stand, she says that then I called basically Decatur County. And Jennifer Nichols says, well, on your way, you called while you were driving in the car with Terry, right? Yes, I used Terry's cell phone to call 911. Well, here we go. 911 records. Right down here, it says 7:59. (759-911). Karen Bobo. Okay, it says Karen Bobo. Not what's his name? Clint. It says, oh, it gives us the number where it's calling from. So we should see Terry Brumley's cell phone number right there. Oh, we don't. Whose do we see? Well, we see 549-5507. What number's that? I don't know. Look it up. It ain't Terry. Is that Terry Brumley's cell phone? 549. Is it? Is 549-5507? What is it? Somebody Google it. Tell me what you find. Very curious to hear about this. Maybe it is Terry's. Again, 731-549-5507. It says, Karen Bobo advised someone in camo dragging her daughter off into the woods. Dragging her daughter. Dragging her daughter off into the woods behind her home. Her brother heard her screaming. No vehicle info. Guess what it then says? It says something, something Westwood. Then I said, Westwood? I said, that's somebody that works there. Or Woodward? I said, shut the hell up. Something, something. And then you can see here, Woodward. Because this person's getting out. They're leaving. Like, this person is done for the day. So at 7:59, when you were calling, this is some intel here. Okay? Again, Karen Bobo advised someone in camo dragged her daughter off into the woods behind their home. Her brother heard her screaming. No vehicle info. And coordinates is what we think it says. It says coordinates. Right there. All messed up. Whatever. And then it says something Westwood. Well, guess who? I thought it said Westwood, but it looks like it now says Woodward. And who knows though, because you can't tell what it says now. So 7:59. 7:59, this call comes in. And I said to myself, 7:59. I said, 549-5507. Let's just call this number. Because I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you right now. Let me just put it in my little thing. 1-731 549 5507. What do I got? Oopsies. That would help. Well, I thought she said she called. 7:59, huh? Well, then what happens? Well, 7:59, then this has to get totally transferred to a new person. Oh, okay. So 7:59. Okay, then what do you have? 8:10. And this says 3911 there, not 911. It says 3911. Okay, ready? Clint Bobo asking if officers are close. Never mind. 704 Sergeant Weber, whatever he goes by, just pulled up. Wait, what? So when you ever call in, what they do is whatever the number is that called in and you're using their phone, that's so at 8:10, this is the number that registered as Clint Bobo calling. And I said, wait a second. 901-262-8840. That is not Clint Bobo's cell phone number. Why wouldn't the number be showing? So Clint Bobo only called 911 for the purpose to say, hey, is somebody on their way here? Not to call to say, hey, I'm explaining what happened to my sister, right? Okay, it's gonna get way better than that. So at 8:10, then I said 3911. I said 8:10. I said Clint Bobo asking if officers are close. So Clint Bobo is calling because his mother already called. And so he's over here saying, I'm calling and asking if officers are close, right? Well, wait a second. Normally what happens is there's a dispatch, right? Because if we got to send somebody to the house, okay, take a look at this. Karen Bobo advised someone in camo dragged her daughter off into the woods behind their home. Her brother heard so the person that started this whole story that Clinton has to continue on with is her mother. Karen Bobo advised someone in camo dragged her daughter off into the woods behind their house. Her brother heard her scream for help. No vehicle info. Here are the coordinates. It looks like coordinates or whatever. You guys can decide what you think this wording is. And then at 8:02 from 03, like it says something. But what you would need to do is you would need to have Sanders come in there and talk about this, because I'm going to go back to now. There's two people working. There's a Judy Wilkins working that comes in at 8, and there's a Sheila Carver that comes in at 8. Okay. And now I want to show you something. This is Sheila Carver, and this is her beginning of her day, and her day starts at 8:09. And I said, what the shit? 8:09? And then I saw this one is at 8:10, and it's a different number. See that? The Clint Bobo asking if anyone's there yet, right? So I want you guys to all picture this. You're supposed to be to work at 8 o'clock, and another person that you work with, they work at 8 o'clock. Okay? So here we go. Okay. Big Booty Judy, person A. Person B, Sheila. And person C is Sanders. Okay. Person Sanders gets a call at 7:59, right when the switching would happen. Okay. Who would know such a thing? Somebody with some intel would know such a thing. That if I call at 7:59, it's right when the switching is happening. Okay. Then I went and I looked at Judy Wilkins and Sheila Carver's beginning of their days. Okay. And both of their days on this day, which is 4/13, Judy's starts at oh, that's a bad 10. 0810 is 8:10. Okay. Sheila's starts at 0809. Okay. And Sanders, well, he's piecing out. He's done. Right. He takes that call from good old Bobo's mom, and that was at 7:59, and it came from, well, either Scotts Hill Medical, okay, or potentially from the library phone, if she wants to say it, but go take a look at that number. Now, the 8:10 that Judy takes is not from Clint Bobo's cell phone number, okay? It's from a number that's a Memphis area code. 910. So Judy's handling 910 number for the 8:10. And she's like, this is Clint Bobo. And he's asking, Clint Bobo asking if officers are close. And then it says, never mind, 704, Sergeant Weber, Brad Weber, just kidding. He just pulled up. Okay. Now, good old Sheila here, her 8:09. So that's before 8:10. And her says, this is from 7:04. And the 7:04, ready? The 704 is Brad. I mean, now you got me saying Brad Weber is Tony Weber. So hers says not a 911 call, but it's from the 704. You see that? So that means dispatch is being called in from the 704. So here's dispatch, or here's the 704 saying, 704 to dispatch. Dispatch, what you got for me? You know, so from 704 at 809, it says, call Henderson County about Canine. Holly Bobo, 20-year-old female, blonde hair, tall, slim. What? So the 809, before this homie arrives, okay? Listen to this. 809, he's on his little call Henderson County about Canine. Holly Bobo, 20-year-old female, blonde hair, tall, slim. The 704, it's not a 911 call. It's the 704 saying, call Henderson County about a canine. Mother trucker, you're not even there yet. Because mother trucker, Clint Bobo is calling at 810 to say, asking if officers are close. So at 810, he's calling an officer, hey, are you close? Well, 809, why is Sheila taking a call? Call Henderson County about Canine. Well, what does Sheila write then afterwards? At 809, the same 809, Henderson County. Advised on Canine, going to call me back. Oh, able to do all that. Just boom, boom. Okay. And then at 810, the 704 says 10-6, which is, copy that, 10-6. Okay. At 812 here. 812. See that? The 704 says, call school to confirm Holly Bobo is not at school. What? Call school to confirm Holly Bobo not at school. Then, ready? Okay. At 8:22, 707 badge says that they are en route to where the 704 is located. Okay. So the 707 badge. So now here we go. The 704 arrives at 8:10, they try to say. They're asking for canines, though, at 809. At 8:12, they're saying, see if Holly made it to school. What? Okay. Now, this is where it's going to get good. You guys are about to fall over your chairs. $822. The 707, it says, I'm en route to where the 704 is. Now, who's the 707 badge, right? Well, according to the Bobos, specifically Karen, she's going to try to say that that's Jeremy Pratt. Okay. We're going to get to that, though. So let's just leave it as the numbers. Now, eight. Okay. 820. We got to go with 826. So here's Sheila over here, 827. She says that the D1 is on scene. Now that sounds like a detective, but whatever the D1 is. So Sheila's over here saying at 827, the D1's on scene. 828, guess what happens? Kathy Wise. Shit you not. Kathy Wise, right here. Kathy Wise at 55 Swan Johnson Road. Need firemen to help search. What? She's calling. So Kathy calls 911. Holly Bobo's mother says that Kathy Wise never calls 911 in this case. She sure did. She called 911 at 8:28. Okay. But guess what also happens at 8:28? At 8:28, William Hayes is with Karen Bobo. William Hayes with Karen Bobo wants a helicopter. At 8:28, William Hayes is with Karen Bobo. 8:28. What? So she wants a fucking chopper up there. Okay. Oh, hang on though. All right, so let's back on up. Okay. William Hayes with Karen Bobo wants a helicopter from JTHP. Told him that I have to have authority from sergeant or investigators at the scene. Then Mr. Hayes said he was an P. You guys can tell me what you think this says. He was a something deputy. Look at this handwriting here. He, as a, see, there's that blank spot there. Either somebody whited this out. Okay. We have a problem here. But you're writing this. Nobody just skips what, unless she's like, I couldn't tell where he said where he was a PI or William Hayes, he's like, Mr. Hayes is like, I'm on the phone. He's like, dude, I'm a so-and-so deputy. Okay. She doesn't, I don't think she can make out what he says. So then she just leaves it blank or it's been whited out. A deputy. Okay. Okay. 8:28. Where's Karen at 8:28? Physically, think about this. 7:59. She's on the phone at the elementary school. It is a 25-minute drive to get from the elementary school to her home. When does Karen Bobo hook up with William Hayes? So that the call at 8:28 is William Hayes. William Hayes with Karen Bobo wants a chopper. Next. At 8. At 8:31, Sergeant Bird says that he is at Mount whatever, and he's in the area, and he could potentially in the area of Bobo. I don't know. That's what it looks like to me. But 8:37, then the 700 says that he already spoke to Sergeant Wood with JTHP and will talk further about a helicopter. So whoever wears the 700 badge. Okay. Now, according to Shelly over here, or Sheila, after hearing from Wise at 8:28, okay, she says that 8:38. 911. 911. And guess what? It is Mackenzie's Tree Service calling 911. Huh. Okay. Mackenzie's Tree Service calling 911 at 8:38. That's where Dana Bobo works. Okay. Mackenzie's Tree Service wanted to know if someone had called us about girl being dragged through the woods. Her dad called wanting to know. I told her yes. Okay. Well, this got me really thinking. That means whoever called when I told her yes, that means the person that called from this number claiming to be Mackenzie's Tree Service is a female. Mackenzie's Tree Service in this number. But if you're going to write the words to say, I told this person who called me, yes. Like, yes, we wanted to know. And then, well, at 8:40, from, I'm guessing, the last 4 digits of the number, because she was probably just trying to do a bunch of crap. At 8:40, 8865 says, be on way from Camden. Now going back, like that's Sheila. Now going back over here to our girl Judy. Now pay attention. So this is where we're getting into that down here. Okay. Pay attention to these times. Remember the canines? They asked for canines. They asked for freaking canines. According to 704, right? Before he even arrives. Okay. Before he even arrives. Because he talks to Sheila, the 704, which is Tony. Call Henderson County about canines. That's at 8:09. He's not even on scene. Okay. At 8:41. Sherry at Henderson County, still trying to get canine officer. He worked last night. The canine officer worked last night, so they're still trying to get the canine officer. So I was at 8:41. Then at 8:48, Sherry again, canine unit en route, coming from far west, this county. Does he need to come to scene or stand by at ? 704 advised to come to the scene. Okay, so that's all happening here. You see how 8:40, 8:41, 8:48. You see that's in nice chronological order as it should be? Yeah. Perfect. Now watch this. At 9:11 a.m., the 708 badge, he is going to be en route to the scene to Swan Johnson. So we have the 704, then the 707, and now we're going to get the 708 en route, and this is at 9/11. Okay. 9/11, but look at this, 9/08. I'm like, wait a second, why are we going backwards here? Okay. Well, we go back over here to Sheila, and remember, she's over here, and she said that she called the school to confirm that Holly. That's what the 704 wanted them to do. Call school to confirm Holly Bobo not at school. Well, are you doing that, or you want us to do that? Right? Who knows? Horrible directions. And now to say that the D1 is on scene. Well, there's other things going on. So Kathy Wise, remember, she called 911 at 8:28 saying, hey, we need firemen to help search. Okay. And then 8:44. Dealer tag, no record, not on file. Somebody called in, the 700 called in a tag and wanted to know something about a tag at that time. Okay. So we're going to go back to good old Judy Booty here. Okay. Judy Booty right here. 908. There's a phone number. 549, blah, blah. It is Tad Ward. Tad Ward. I'm like, Tad Ward. That was up here. Tad Ward asking if he can help, question mark. Per the 704, emergency personnel only. So Tony says, no, it's only emergency personnel only. Okay. So at 8:46, it's like, if anybody's asking to help, it's like 704 says, no, only emergency personnel only. Emergency personnel only. Okay. So this is who we have on scene. The 704, the 707, two dudes. And then the 708 was said that they were en route to the scene at 9/11. Okay. And then ready for this now, the 704, that's Tony Weber. Now, I want to show you guys something. The next thing that they said that they do here, okay, is at 8:49. It says, attention, AT&T, Trace spoke to Dave doing Trace. 704 also spoke to him and got all traces from the phone. Okay. See that right there? But you see how it goes to 8:49 right there? 8:49. So it should be right here, right? 8:49 should be here. So I said to myself, if you did something at 8:49, that would come right after 8:48. Okay. So how is this possible that you write down what happened at 9/11 after 8:48, and then you write down what happened at 9:08? It's like you're totally out of order here. So you go 8:48, then you go 9/11, then you're like, okay, 9:08, then 8:46, and then what, 8:49? I'm like, they forgot to leave space. What do you mean leave space? You're one person. Well, they just forgot to leave some space, so that just happens sometimes. Okay, we'll let you think that for right now. Again, at 8:46, she was told the 704. From the 704, the 704 says at 8:46, do trace on Holly Bobo's cell number. Now I said, what the fuck? Now check this out. Let's go back to yesterday or the day before when I showed you Mr. Weber on the stand. Always fucking shit up, Weber. This is Tony. Weber.
I'm sorry.
Any location on the phone right now?
No, I don't have a location phone, but yes.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is I want you to think about back of the day. Okay, watch this. So after Nichols gets done direct examining this guy on the stand, who is Weber, okay, the 704 badge, okay. At the end of the day, because she only got to have him for just like a tiny bit of the day before this, so he's coming back for the cross-examination basically because not that many questions were asked, okay? And so where this starts off is she's going to play a portion of the recorded call with AT&T, okay?
The entire messages. Please listen to the entire message as the prompts have changed effective April 8th, 2011. You have reached AT&T.
Hear that?
As the prompts have changed effective April 8th, 2011. Please listen to the entire message as the prompts have changed effective April 8th, 2011. You have reached AT&T.
At first, when I had to do this, I had to do it twice. The way that it comes up on the bottom of the screen is it sounds like it says that things have changed. And it says since the 18th is what it says in writing. And I was like, wait a second, the crime didn't happen yet. Like, what's going on? So if you're ever paying attention to the written words on the bottom of the screen, it's not right transcribed because you have to listen. It says the 8th.
The prompts have changed effective April 8th, 2011. You have reached AT&T Mobility Court Order Compliance Center of AT&T. If you're calling from the 911 Emergency Center, if this is a life or death matter, press 4.
Press 4. Okay, so the prompts have changed since and effective in the 8th. Okay, so this is on the 13th. Now, first of all, what Jennifer Thompson over here, the defense attorney, needed to do is you need to be calling in Judy Wilkins, and you need to be calling in Sanders, and you need to be calling in this Sheila Carver lady, okay? Because this is what she should have realized. This timeline was, you're going to ask him questions about this AT&T call, okay? She says, hi, this is Judy. I work at the 911 center. Indicated Canine. We have a missing 20-year-old that went missing from her home.
We need a trace put on her cell phone.
We need a trace put on her cell phone.
Okay, what's the phone number?
Okay.
And then how do you spell that name? Holly Bobo.
791.
She gives the number.
549. Holly Bobo. B-O-B-O.
Okay, now. First question, ready? First question is, who wanted to put a trace on that phone? In his direct examination, he said, it was when Karen had arrived that I realized that Holly had her phone. Wait, what? How does Karen know that Holly has her phone? Nobody would know if Holly has her phone. You would think that she wouldn't have her phone. She was abducted, right? She was drug off in the woods. Like, she has her phone. Ping her phone. Get on her phone. Let's go. Get on her phone. Get on her phone. Ping, ping, ping. Let's go. Interesting. Yet nobody is calling her phone. Wouldn't she be blowing up her phone? She could have dropped it in the woods, calling to see if you can hear it. Okay. Calling it over and over, right? Well, at 8:09, Karen Bobo's cell phone at 8:09 calls Holly Bobo's cell phone at 8:09. And the phones connect for 44 seconds. I want you guys all pay attention to something here with this. Wait, what did you just say, Lana? Yep. 8:09. Karen doesn't have her cell phone, though, with her. Karen said that her cell phone is back at the school because she got into Terry's vehicle without a cell phone, had to use Terry's vehicle, okay, to have Terry call Dana Bobo. Terry's calling, well, according to her, she made the 911 call from Terry's cell phone, which she did not. They call Dana, they call Clint, they call, but who is using Karen Bobo's cell phone if she's not? That's at 8:09. Okay. So Tony on direct examination says when Karen arrived at the in talking with her, that's when he realized that Holly was in possession of her cell phone. Who what do you mean you realize this? Her mom is telling him she has her phone. She has her phone. Ping her phone. Please go ping her phone. Why are you ping her phone for what? Like, trace it, do something, right? Holly Bobo's mom is saying to do this. Yeah, go follow that phone around right now that we have out on a lovely little joyride that we know we want you to follow those pings. But listen.
3150973.
So according to Judy, this began the 704 says do trace on Holly Bobo's cell phone. Okay. So at 8:49, Judy begins to make this phone call because she says at 8:49, AT&T Trace spoke to Dave doing trace. 704 also spoke to him and got all traces from the phone. Do you guys know how long this conversation lasts? How are you writing and saying the 704 told you to do a trace on the phone at 8:46 is telling you, hey, this is 704 calling in a dispatch, do a trace on Holly Bobo's cell number. And then Judy's over here like, I'm on the phone with Dave. I spoke to, in fact, she already writes it and says at 8:49, AT&T Trace spoke to Dave doing the trace. 704 also spoke to him and got all trace from phone. Then the next entry point on her 911 log is at 9. Well, I'll let you guys take a look. It's wrote over. And she's like, 9:10. David Coker asking about squad search. Now, what I want you to pay attention to is what they did during trial.
And how was the third? Did she call 911?
No, sir, her brother
He said, did she call 911? How did this all happen?
reported her missing. She was told,
911?
no, sir, her brother reported.
Her brother reported her. She's like, no. Her brother reported her missing. The fuck he did. No, he didn't. But ready for this? Judy over here. Guess what she's in possession of? At 8:10, Clint Bobo asking if officers are close. So what it would look like is, but because Judy never talked to Holly Bobo's mom, guess who made that? That was with Sanders. Sanders at 7:59. Sanders takes that call, and that's Holly Bobo's mother. And Holly Bobo's mother is saying, Karen Bobo here advised someone in camo dragged her daughter off into the woods behind their house. Her brother heard her screaming. No vehicle info.
Her missing. She was pulled away from her home and she was outside into the woods. And my sergeant, Tony Weber, requested me to call you and put a trace on her cell phone, please. Requested me to call you and put a trace on her cell phone.
Tony Weber wanted me to call you to try to get you to put a trace on her phone. Listen right there.
And my sergeant, Tony Weber, requested me to call you and put a trace on her cell phone, please.
The brother called 911?
Yes, her brother reported her missing. She was in our home.
All right.
Okay. Her brother did not do the reporting of her missing. The mother did. The mother gave that account of being drugged into the woods. Clint Bobo never said that. Karen did. Okay.
The zip code of my station is 38329. We're in Dakota.
And may have your callback number in your fax.
Yes, my callback number is 731-852-3911. And the fax number is 4. Michaeltown Road at No, I don't have a location of the phone. Yes.
He said, you need a location on the phone? Yeah, I don't have I need a location on the phone. Okay.
Okay, I can go ahead and provide the information to you quickly. I just need to record the conversation.
Right here, AT&T says, okay, I can provide you. I just have to begin to record the conversation on my end. So AT&T begins to record now on their end.
And you can give the details and the party, the third party, and so forth.
Okay, so the only thing I can tell you is she was outside, to my knowledge. Her brother heard her screaming.
Right.
He looked out. There was a boy in camouflage clothing that pulled her into the woods. He heard her screaming, and I think a neighbor also reported her screaming.
Okay.
And it's around 8.
Okay, right there. And I think a neighbor also reported her screaming. Okay. You guys. All right. Who is Big Booty Judy? Okay. Kathy Wise called in at 8:28 saying, get firemen here to help search. Period. 8:28. So Karen saying that Kathy never called the cops. She called at 8:28 to say, get firemen here to search. Okay.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and place on hold briefly. I'm gonna issue the recording. When I come back, I'm just gonna ask you to ask a few questions regarding how the call came into your office and provide the information. Okay. Cool.
I'm going to put you on hold and I'm going to find out how this call came into your office. So they said, do you have permission to record this conversation? Yes, I do. Okay. And so
And my name is Judy Wilkins. I work at the
she said Judy Wilkins. So I'm like, okay, that's her.
Decatur County Sheriff's Department.
Reporting that our customer with the telephone number 741-549-7352 is possibly kidnapped.
Abducted, The reporting party was,
Listen to this now. The reporting party.
okay, sir, the reporting party was a Clint Bobo.
The reporting party was a Clint Bobo.
That is her brother, called the 911 center and reported his sister had been possibly abducted. He was screaming concerning a male with camo falling into the woods. A neighbor also heard her screaming. Hold on,
Okay. So how this all has happened here is Big Booty Judy. Okay. Everyone thinks that this call originated with Clint. It did not. Because at 7:59, Karen calls 911 and she's the one that informs 911, okay, at 7:59 that somebody drug her daughter into the woods. Now listen to what she says right here. She's like, what time did that call come in?
What time did this call come in? Her screaming. Hold on, Sheila, what time did
Says, Sheila, what time did this call come in? Sheila? And yep, that's my other girl here. Sheila was working.
this call come in? Is it 7:59? 7:59,
Okay, now I was blown. I was literally blown off my fucking chair. This girl, this woman, Judy, ain't no girl, this woman, Judy, asking Sheila what time the call came in. What are you talking about? If you know that it came in at 7:59, then you know that it was Karen Bobo that called that shit in. For her to say 7:59, when meanwhile in front of her sheet that she thinks it was with Clint, that's an 8:10 call. Okay? So what the hell, Judy? Judy, Clint didn't make that call and you knew it. Judy, the person that made that call was Karen Bobo at 7:59 who talked to Sanders.
I'm getting a location on the phone right now, does not appear to be powered on. So unfortunately, we're not running the location information on the phone right now.
Okay, let me ask you one thing. So if you don't have a signal, what I call a signal in that area, will that affect it then?
Yeah, possibly. You know, I just used a location, it's not a, it's giving me a pretty big radius here.
No, I'm involved. That's what they're looking for. Some say that that's having that from
Okay, watch this now. Watch this.
Pretty sure you'll let me give you what I've got here.
Let me give you what I got here. Let me give you what I got here. Now watch what happens on this video.
I've requested a few times. I got
I said, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. Right with the part that I want to get to, which is, let me tell you what I got here. What did they do? What did they do? Where is this original footage? Look at this. At 10:33, see this 10:33 and 10 seconds right there? Watch this.
a few times. I got
Who paid Law and Crime to cut out the 2 minutes of this video? People could say commercial break. What do you mean commercial break? They went to a commercial break. Are you shitting me? We need this. We need that 2 minutes. But it doesn't make any sense if it a commercial break, because look at what happened. Like, she's about to give off all this location. Now, look at what they do there. Look at
Some notes I have here.
here's some notes I have here.
Your handwriting?
Is this your handwriting?
Some of it does appear to be my handwriting. Yes, ma'am.
Now, look at this. What's going
I
on?
think one of the problems with these notes is when they're copied, you can see a little bit of what was on the back of the paper also. But would you agree with me that it appears that these rough notes on the piece of paper I just handed you are is the same information that eventually got transcribed into your supplement number 1 of your report?
I would say yes, ma'am. Some of them described into my report.
Would it be helpful if I passed you a copy of your supplement of your report?
That'd be
It's like, what's your question here?
fine, ma'am.
So she wants to know about
Described
his,
into my.
look at this. She brings up the supplemental here, but look for that, right? Watch this.
And yesterday you testified,
Look at this.
you kind of started with the sex offenders that were close.
Look at that. What is happening here? There's all of this shit's missing. I really need this to be Court TV showed the trial too. I think, well, we need to check it out because it just jumps in. There's a really important question there.
Closest to the Bobo home, is that correct? You kind of started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there, John Turner, number 1. It's probably
His name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say his name is first on the list.
it's probably person there.
Yes, ma'am.
And yesterday you testified, you kind of started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there, John Turner,
The first person there who Turner was getting where? To the house? The first person there was Turner?
number 1. It's probably
His name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say it's
And he lives on Eastwood. You know where Eastwood is. Okay. The second person is on Manus Lane. That's close to the Bobo's house.
82350.
Look at this. I haven't done anything, and now they're back to this. I mean, this is absolutely wild. Look at listen to this.
Okay.
12375. Yes, that is a radius of 4,894 meters.
They go back to that conversation. Like, I didn't touch anything here. Okay. They're now back at here, this recording. Okay.
Just a moment.
I'm giving some long-term information to your dispatch. How can I, well, we need a track if possible if this thing moves or anything. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Right there. Do you guys hear his name? I mean, do you guys hear his voice? Now he's on like the phone. Okay, now check this out. Ready? I said, what the hell is going on? Because I said, well, in this report, okay, it says that at 8:46 a.m., the 704 said, do a trace on Holly Bobo's cell phone number. And then at 8:49, she's writing down that AT&T Trace spoke to Dave doing trace. 704 also spoke to him and got all traces from the phone. I said, wait, how is, so now the 704, okay, I want everyone to understand this. The 704 left the scene because now he's with Suge Tits Judy.
A track if possible if this
Hang on a second. Watch this.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you stick with that, Sergeant. Hold on just a moment.
I'm giving some long-term information to your dispatch. How can I, well, we need a track.
Or is it that this is over via the radio and he's still on site? Okay. So now Tony is on with Dave.
If possible, if this thing moves or anything. Okay, if you could just give me an email address, and I can set up with getting a email in 15 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. T-W-E-D-R.
He's like, if you give me your email, I'll send you an email every 15 minutes.
At NDT.net. To the net feed. Okay, so that's T-W-E-D-R.net. We're going to initial email and whatever 15 minutes after. Okay, so you think this is taken off your towel? Well, it's unsaid. Last meeting that I took has a location that looks like it's near a tower or location by Clearstone Tourism. Okay, so it's really hard to say, but I think we're not getting a real precise location right now. It's giving us about a 2 mile area. Okay. So, Hopefully, yeah, if there's a better signal, we're going to more precise. Okay. And then we're going to keep hanging in 15 minutes? Yes, I'll get that set up for you in a couple minutes there, and, we're going to have a number of questions actually, when we contact the cancel list. Yes, it's 800-635-800-840. Yeah, we're going to keep that, and then, we'll get over to them right after that. Okay. 870.
So that was an accurate reflection of the phone call that day, is that right?
Sounded accurate, yes, ma'am.
And at some point, you heard the AT&T person give a location of Holiday Circle,
I heard him give a lot of locations, pings, and numbers.
and the I guess the 911 operator was asking if they had an address, and he said, well, it was coming back with an address, and he was trying to give the closest address possible, and he said a Holiday Circle.
Okay.
So any
Oh, okay, right there. Ready? Holiday Circle. He was trying to give an address that was closest to that. You guys, so I was like, what time was this happening? Okay, what time was this happening? Because this matters. But she's just a shitty ass fucking attorney. Okay. So do the trace, blah, blah, blah. Spoke with Dave. And then so she's trying 704 also spoke to him and got all the trace from the phone. That's what she writes in this. And that was at 8:49. Okay. 8:49.
also said at some point that the phone was pinging over by Interstate I-40.
Yes, ma'am.
And, but at that time, you did not send a group of officers up that direction, did you?
No, ma'am.
Send a group of officers up that direction, did you?
Look at, he looked over. Where are you looking at? Should I look? He looked over to see if there was going to be an objection.
But at that time, you did not send a group of officers up that direction, did you?
No, ma'am.
You sick fucking bastard. I got all your numbers and I'm fucking putting it all out there. You ready for this? Guess who lives on Jeanette Holiday? Guess who lives on Jeanette Holiday? Jeremy Pratt. Jeremy Pratt is who lived over there. Jeremy Pratt, he's signing in as he works for the sheriff's department. Jeremy Pratt. Well, what badge is Jeremy Pratt? Jeremy Pratt works for the fucking Holly Bobo's mother, okay, is the one that this guy says, oh, I realized it was then that I realized that her phone, that she had her phone. So we got to get this ping. He was where? Jeremy Pratt, according to Karen Bobo, that Jeremy Pratt was there. I remember seeing a guy that works for that's a member of our church there, Jeremy Pratt. Are you sure, Karen? Or did you put him, or are you putting him at the house? What badge is Jeremy Pratt? Jeremy Pratt lives on Jeanette Holiday. You want to fuck around? Let's find out. Let's do it, motherfuckers. Let's go. I got a lot more in my arsenal. I'm coming for everybody in the case. And when I say I'm coming for everybody with the truth. With the truth. Looks over. God, why didn't I send anybody out there looking for them pings?
As a matter of fact, once you got these two readings, the latitude and longitude readings, you didn't send officers to those readings, did you?
Look at, did you see that? Did you see that? Looks over again. He didn't canvas for shit. Watch what I'm about to show you. That's a lie too, and I'm about to show you. You see that? You see his eyes? Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. It's right here in front of our faces.
In longitude readings, you didn't send officers to those readings, did you?
Where's he looking?
Looking
at Big Mama. Big Mama, Jennifer Nichols, making you touch your toes, huh? There, Mr. Weber. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, Jennifer Nichols making you touch your toes, and I love it. You a yes mama baby boy, aren't you?
Played the
Big fucking chooch.
information that I was given to officers to try to go to certain locations. Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay.
Shit, but 'cause you don't know shit. Your IQ's about the bottom of my motherfucking shoe.
As you know, officers did not go to those readings within the first hour.
Ma'am, I don't know. I was clearly at the dispatch center and
Oh, now you were clearly at the dispatch center? Now he just told us he was at the dispatch center? I thought you got on the radio. Oh, this is even better for Lana. Now let's talk some more about this dispatch center that you were at. So you did leave, huh? Is that right, boy? Okay, well, let's talk about it. So you were clearly at the dispatch center that you want to say that you were at 8:49, 8:46.
obtaining the information as to what officers or if any went there. I don't know.
Okay.
You were obtaining what information? What information? It's going to be emailed to you. What are you obtaining? All right. Here's ready for Lana's. Well, here, let him.
And then let me need to review the report that you prepared in this case, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I looked at it this morning.
And as a matter of fact, you, as the first officer on the scene, were charged with making the preliminary investigation report in the whole case.
Yes, ma'am. I have to start a case so we can have a case number for follow-up things, just like the AT&T track.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm about to have a field day with you. Here we go. Bye and come on in, dispatch. Ready? The 704 was he. He is the 704. Here you go. I just want to have, let's see, let's go down here. You guys are all lying your asses off. Mama boys in here. Okay, let's go back to the person that was working the 12 to 8 shift. Young man. Okay. And here we go. .702 EMS tone test. 709. That's the 708. And then, or I'm sorry, yeah, that's the 778. And then right here, let's see, 727, the 704, high traffic. Okay, see that high traffic? 704, let dispatch from the 704, let them know, hey, high traffic, high traffic. 727, high traffic. Okay. High traffic, high traffic, high traffic. I'm over there by the school. Well, the 778 is there at the school zone. 778 school zone. That's at 709. 727, the 704 says high traffic. The fuck is that? This is what he was talking about on direct examination, that he was already out and about. Okay. So then 704, 749. Next time on here. Clear? Done? 749. So at 749, then where do you see anybody writing 704 doing anything after that? It's not there. It's not there. Okay. So the question then is, how did you get dispatched to be at the Bobo's residence? When are you even saying anything that you're calling in and saying where you're at? Nowhere on here does it say that the 704 is arriving except when Clint Bobo is calling from a number that's not his. But he does make a call to 911, but it's really interesting that the 911 person's writing down this other number. So then let's talk some more about what you did that day. Here's a 704. Ready? Now, I want to show you what they tried to do on the stand, okay? They tried to say that okay, here you go. Ready? Ralph Klingy at the radio station WKJQ. Oh, wait, I'm gonna pull Columbo here. Wait, you left the Bobo's residence. At what time did you leave the Bobo's residence? To go which way then? If so the Bobo's is down here and you leave, right? And now you're claiming that you took that call at the station, right? Now here, this is what I have for you, the 704. I have Ralph Cheney at radio station WKJQ at 9:38 says he called in. Ralph Klingy with the radio station is calling in at 8:47. And the 704 said no info released at this time. The 704 said no info released at this time. That was at 9:38. Okay. So 9:38. How was Holly Bobo's phone moving and pinging? What were y'all doing? You and the Pratty boy? High traffic at the school. What school were you at? Now this just kind of blew me off my seat here. Pam Quayles calls in. 9:53. I said, that's interesting. Quayles. Well, that's so weird. Holly Bobo, the day before well, you guys seen that she was abducted and all this happened on the 13th, okay? That's your guys' day. The abduction is the 13th. Okay. Well, Holly Bobo's phone at 4:11, at 11:10 p.m. and at 11:11 p.m., her home number calls her cell phone for 4 seconds and 5 seconds. And this is on Monday. And that's never happens. Okay. Monday night at 11:10 and 11:11, 4 seconds and 5 seconds, the home number of the Bobos calls Holly Bobo's cell phone number. Okay. Now, Pam, every phone call that was received on Holly Bobo's phone or anything that she sent out, everything was all straight, either Drew, Dana, or Karen. Okay. The other thing is that right after this happens, Holly Bobo's cell phone begins to take in duplicate, like it would show up duplicate under with her phone. Like these idiots didn't realize it. I don't know if they did or they just were playing stupid. We're going to get into that. Okay. With what starts happening with Holly's phone from January of 2011. If you look at everything that's on her with her phone, there is not duplicates, meaning it's showing that here. $420 to 2000. This is TBI putting shit together, and they're over here. You see this? 504. Drew calls Holly, no answer. 504. Drew calls Holly, no answer. 520. Drew calls Holly, no answer. Drew calls Holly, no answer. Clint tried to call Holly, no answer, went to voicemail. Per who? 3 to 4 seconds. Terry Brumley, incoming call to Clint. They called his cell phone. Terry is driving Karen home. Grandmother, incoming call to Clint on what? Wanting to know what's going on. Brent Booth. Brent, you suck dick, and I'm about to show you. Where's the... Oh, here it is. Karen calls Holly's phone. 47 seconds. It's in the goddamn report. These dipshits. Case timeline. This is the police. Indicated, substantiated by phone records. Indicated, time substantiated by agent observation. That means you could actually look at someone's call logs if you're like looking at the phone, because missed calls don't report on your CDRs and stuff like that. Take a look at this. Let's have some real good fun. At 7:22, Holly calls Drew. Or is it a text message, actually? Because there's idiots. 7:23, Karen calls Holly back. Because remember, Holly's phone actually called Karen, but she was on the line, she said, with Tina, you know? And so when she arrives in the parking lot, she calls Holly back. And right here it says it was for 1 minute and 10 seconds. Well, how do you know that wasn't a voicemail that was left on Holly's phone? Karen calls Holly back. Well, because it registered 1 minute and 10 seconds. No, actually, it registered it twice, to be honest. It was something like however many seconds, it showed it twice. Then Karen calls Drew Scott. I said, look at that. Karen calls Drew Scott. None of these are overlapping. Holly calls Drew. No answer. 7:31, text message from Drew, though. So is it a call? 7:33, Holly calls Drew, no answer. I was like, was it or was it really not? Holly calls Drew, no answer. Holly calls Drew, no answer. I was like, yeah, all these duplicates. That's what you think is happening here? No, that's not what's happening here. Incoming call to Clint from Chad. Marshall, 7:33. Look at all that. Wild. 7:40, 7:45, James Barnes was out on his porch. That didn't happen at 7:40 or 7:45, but that's nice that you put it in there. That's what you think. But that didn't happen then. Not one bit. Oh, Holly calls Drew, no answer. Last outgoing call she makes. No, actually it was a text. Karen got to school cafeteria a little late. She should have been there at 7:30. Marissa Phillips, the school secretary, came into the cafeteria at 7:46 per school video timestamp and told Karen that Karen's neighbor, Kathy Wise, had called because she had heard screaming from Karen's house. That didn't happen at all. None of that happened. James Barnes calls Kathy Weiss, finally, truth. Yep, at 7:47. So none of these dipshits ask themselves, oh, wait, how did Kathy Wise call the school to tell Karen about this when her son didn't even call her yet? Huh? Like, it didn't happen. Like, you can't just say, oh, no, it did not happen. Where's show me Kathy Wise calling the school. Next. Clint attempts to call Karen. No answer. Clint attempts to call Karen. Does it happen in that order? It's a text because he doesn't even know how to read phone records yet. It's a call and then it's a text that says, call me ASAP. Why would Clint be texting Karen just like, call me ASAP? Then, without her cell phone and without any knowledge upon anything, right? So think about it. If that part did not happen and she doesn't like go down to the floor and blah, 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 that didn't happen. Clint sent text to Karen, call me ASAP. Clint calls Scotts Hill Elementary School. The fuck he did? No, he didn't. He did not. He did not. From what, the home line? We got that too. Karen Bobo, incoming call. So Karen Bobo calls Clint, 51-second call. That is from the Scotts Hill Elementary. Karen says, yeah, I called him to ask Clint ask him what was going on at the house. What is going on at the house? This is when she says in between this call, 7:53 and 7:56, that she called Henderson County. Karen Bobo, incoming call to Clint from Scotts Hill Elementary School. 7:56. 46-second call. Clint asked something like, was Holly and Drew going hunting or was Holly not? No, this is all Karen's made up bullshit. Clint said Holly's car was still there. Clint told Karen that Holly was outside with Drew. Karen told Clint to call 911. Why? Holly's here with Drew. Does she have school? Because she's here with Drew. I don't know what they're doing, but that's not Drew. Call 911. Get a gun. Look at this. Drew said, I didn't call 911 because it was Drew. Karen dialed 911 and got Henderson County 911. Where is that? Where's proof of that? And she hung up. Now think about this. Why at 8:09, before the arrival of supposedly Weber, is he letting dispatch know at 8:09 to say, where's the canine from Henderson County? What the fuck? How does he know? How you slipped up, Webb, and I found it. And I found it. Karen dialed 911 and got Henderson County and she hung up. Karen called Clint back. No, she didn't. When? Look at these calls that they think are happening. Like she called him back when? No, she calls here. Oh, now she calls with Scott's. You guys, you can't just make up calls. Look at Clint's phone records. Clint back and told him it was not Drew and try to get to his sister. Terry Brumley, they don't even spell that name right. That's not how she spells her name. Terry Brumley drove Karen home and called 911. Brent Booth, are you dumb? Look at this. Where's the 7:59 call from Karen? Look at Clint tried to call Holly, no answer, went to voicemail 3 to 4 seconds. Where's the 7:59 call of Karen calling 911? Where is that right here? Hello? It's right in here. Like this is what you should be using is your Decatur County East, your emergency 911 logs. It's in here. Mr. Sanders took the call. And she's the one that started this whole, she's the one that told Karen told Clint this story. And this is the story. that Karen Bobo advised someone in camo dragged her daughter off into the woods. That is Karen Bobo's words and Karen Bobo's words alone. And it was at 7:59. Those are not Clint's. Karen Bobo. Then go back to this absolute dog track here. Now, explain to me at grandmother. How about this one? Here's one for starters. How is the grandmother calling grandmother incoming call? So calling Clint. There wasn't a call there, but if it's a missed call, it's not going to show up. Okay. But he would have had to get that off of somebody else's shit. But the grandmother called Clint and wanting to know what's going on. What do you mean the grandmother wants to know what's going on? The grandmother was called at 7:26 per Karen to just say, hey, everything's, and talk to her about turkey hunting, right? No. What was that phone call about, Karen? What was that phone call about? A ransom for your daughter? Was it though from like what? What happened a couple days ago? What happened on Monday night at 11:11? What happened on 4/11/2011 at 11:11, Karen? Clint called 911. He was outside with a gun in his pocket looking into the woods. What? Karen calls Holly's phone for 47 seconds. She did. And it connected. But was it Karen or was it somebody else? What was going on? Did you need it to ping somewhere? What were you guys all doing over there, huh? What was going on? Did you need to have that connect so that it could show that it's where it was at? Yeah, look at it. It was at the house. According to the pings, at 8:11, Holly Bobo's phone is pinging, and it's on the property. How can Holly Bobo's phone be on the property at 8:09, right? Because that was the last time that it pinged there, and that it was something like 8:17. It went heading, like north, because it came from before all that. It came from basically where Scotts Hill Elementary School is. Okay. So who was adamant to start pinging Holly's phone? Holly was in and taken away in a truck, supposedly, right? Drug off into the woods, and all of that happened when? Way earlier. So how is Holly Bobo's cell phone pinging on the tower that provides service to her house at 8:09, and it was her mom's cell phone? How is the mom's cell phone calling that phone if the mom doesn't have who's calling that phone if Karen doesn't have it? And now who drove with Holly's phone beginning at 8:11? Well, Lana, it's pretty obvious. Who got there at 8:09 or 8:10? Weber. What about Jeremy Pratt? Let's start pinging. Let's start pinging the phone and never look at the pings, never do anything with the pings. I'll bet you $1 million it wasn't Terry Britt. I'll bet you my whole entire fucking channel that it wasn't Terry Britt. I think it's funny that people can say in one breath, Zachary Adams was framed, right? Who framed him? You think Karen Bobo is lying for Terry Britt? What? That doesn't make any sense. It was right here in front of everybody's face. The 809 call that connected for them to have this ping on the property or using a tower that provides service to Holly Bobo's house. Let's go to some more bullshit. Ready? Who would she lie for? Herself. Who are all the kids over there scared of? Her. Let me go show you guys one other thing. Going back over here. Who knew that at 7:59 the dispatch turns over right at 8? I want to show you something. On direct examination, this liar up here, Weber, said, okay, here we go. Go back to this. At 9:53, you see that? Pam Qualls. Why did Holly Bobo have a text message from a Dakota Qualls? Never talked to this person ever from January 2011 all the way to the day that she goes missing. You're supposed to look for things that are what's different, what's happening. Well, that's one of them. Why then is a Pam Qualls calling and saying, I need to speak to the 793 badge? And then Judy says the 793 is out of state. And then spoke to her later and she spoke to him. Then Pam says, Judy's like, I spoke to this lady later. And she already spoke to the 793. I said, okay. Then how about this? Right here. Glenn Wallace at 10:26. Getting info, and another incident occurred similar to this around 30 years ago. Can't think of a suspect's name right now, but log info, find out later. Melvin Siegel, Ard Watson lady, Siegel on SO list, and address give to 704 to check. And I said, what? At 10:26, Glenn Wallace, there's no number here though, like where'd Glenn call from? What is this? Glenn Wallace wants, and I'm just like, okay, sounds great, yeah. So that's where the first of this whole, like, somebody calling in and talking about a sex offender. Okay. At 10:37, send EMS unit, non-emergency, to past Swan Johnson and 5 Fork. Deanna at EMS advised. What happened? What was going on? Why did they need to send EMS unit for non-emergency? And it was to past Swan Johnson, 5 Fork. At 10:37, what happened? What's going on? What was going on? Ready? Here we go. Oh, 704. So at 10:54, the 702 says that the 704 is en route back to the location. Wait a second. So you've been off the phone with good old, what's his name? You've been off the phone with AT&T, Weber, since, I don't know, right around 8:50 something, 9 o'clock. You're just now heading back en route to the location. 704 is en route back to the location at 10:54. Now, at 11:03. So then I started looking at some phone calls that were being made. Ready? Why would you ever be calling Clint Bobo a ton of times if you are Terry and you are Dana and you're Terry Brumley's with, what's her tits, Karen, and you guys are all at the house and you're all just supposedly like standing around. And remember, Clint Bobo said that he got into the back seat of the I got away from everybody and I was writing my statement in the back of the cruiser, and I was writing it on top of the cruiser, and then I wanted to get away. Everybody was asking me stuff, so I wanted to get away, and I went into the cruiser. You guys remember that? Well, I thought it was weird that Dana's calling Clint. He's not answering. Yeah. Dana, so at 11:03, Dana calls 911. And I'm like, another Dana? Wow. So, yep, another Dana. Because I was like, that's not the right cell phone number. Then, here we are. The 701 asked to call Brent per 702. Need to use Bear Creek Church as a communication center and need electrical power. Then Kathleen, 12 at noon. Kathleen at UT Martin has info roster for the 700. .701 advised that Karen Condor will be at church in about 15 minutes. Let's see. Here we go. Doug Brasher at 9:22 said he had a dog he could use looking for Holly. The 708 got on scene at 9:29. Swan Johnson Road, except for emergency traffic. Glenn Wallace wanting to know if Debbie remembered name that he called and talked to Judy about. No, Glenn wanted me to call C&H Farm Supply and ask them their family members' names that came out of the woods 25 years ago and are a lady and went to something for it. I asked Debbie and she said, let's sheriff. Awesome. Taking a nurse and going to Swan Johnson. That's at 11:18. ER to Swan Johnson, 11:39. All right. So then we get to this part of the testimony. And let's see the lie about going into Holiday Road. Ready? Here.
And so in your report that you filled out on the very first page under the accused suspect author category, you actually put Clint Bobo's name in there, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the second page, you wrote out a narrative,
Yes, ma'am.
and the narrative is just
Why didn't you say, why'd you write that there?
a brief paragraph of kind of what had occurred.
Just a brief summation. Yes, ma'am.
And you wrote this. Do you remember what day you actually sat down and wrote out the report?
No, ma'am. A lot of that stuff was kind of running together. I mean, there was a lot of things going on during that time.
So you're saying it's possible that it was several days until you wrote out the report?
There may be a timestamp on the report. It would have been there pretty quick for their files also.
Arriving at the scene, you spoke with the brother, Clint Bobo.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
reported the victim, Holly Bobo. Of the reported victim, Holly Bobo.
Sounds right.
And you're saying that Mr. Bobo gave you a verbal statement that he was asleep in the home and heard a scream.
If that's what I put down, that's what he told me. Yes, ma'am.
But it's possible that you got that part confused because it's the neighbor that heard the scream.
It's possible. It's in my report. Unfortunately,
Or Karen told you that. But the question would be is when? Oh, because that's what she told dispatch at 7:59.
that's what I typed up, so that's what I have to stand by.
Like you were,
I gave him, I don't know whatever happened to it.
okay, so the first thing that day, did you?
No, ma'am.
Ready?
The statement form.
You didn't have any specific notes from when you spoke to Clint Bobo first thing that day, did you?
No, ma'am. The statement form that I gave him, I don't know whatever happened to it.
Oh my God. When I saw this, I said, holy shit. The statement form that I gave Clint Bobo, I have no idea what happened to it. What? This is the form that you gave him that he claims he sat in a police vehicle and was filling out. This matters.
So you would agree with me that whatever piece of paper you gave him that day to fill out has been lost at this point?
I would say that I never gained possession of it back at that day, no.
Okay, because you didn't review that paper in preparation for your testimony today.
No, ma'am. I have not seen that paper.
Okay.
Do you understand then that means that that paper never existed in terms of like where anybody is trying to say what Clint Bobo's ever story was? This is so important. So anybody out there that's Karen through her son and let her son get drilled over and over on this bus. Because there is nowhere that Clint is saying the things that are attributed to him. Karen called 911 at 7:59.
And so you also put down that Clint Bobo checked outside the home and he saw his sister in a pink shirt and light colored blue jeans walking into the woods.
That's the description he would have given me. Huh?
Walking into the woods.
Sounds right.
But he had also told you that he had seen his sister kneeling down, speaking to somebody outside the window. Didn't he tell you that?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Into the woods with her boyfriend. He explained to you that the boyfriend was a turkey hunter.
I do recall that, yes.
At some point, he realized what was happening and he called 911.
Yes, ma'am.
Upon the arrival at the scene, you put down that you.
So do you understand that this whole thing that he's saying that Clint is saying, this man wrote it all because he doesn't, where's his statement?
You did locate and photograph some blood inside the carport.
That's what I put, yes, ma'am.
He said he photographed it.
Okay. So yesterday when you said you didn't take pictures, you did in fact take some pictures.
It says that. I don't know whatever happened to him, but it does say that. So I imagine I would have probably on my cell phone because that would have been what I would have had on me at the time. I don't carry around a camera with me, so.
And back.
I had a department issued iPhone. We all had them, yes, ma'am.
Where is it? Where is this apartment issued cell phone with all these pictures?
Okay. And then it says that you went inside this home. And you're one of the people that cleared the house?
No, ma'am. I don't remember ever going in the home.
Okay, so it was only Jeremy Pratt that cleared the home?
I don't know that, ma'am. I did not go in the home.
Okay.
I didn't go in the home. It was only Jeremy Pratt that cleared the home.
I do remember trying to get a dog up there, but I don't remember being told. I did.
Going to be a significant time. And you tried to get a dog up there, but they told you that there was going to be a significant time delay on the dog.
I do remember trying to get a dog up there, but I don't remember being told.
And if she knew anything about this case, she would have said, well, you tried to get a dog up there at 8:09 before you ever even got there. Why would you ask? Why are you signaling at 8:09 before you ever arrive on scene that you get a dog? Call Henderson County about a canine. Holly Bobo, 20 years old, female, blonde hair, tall, slim. Do you know Holly Bobo personally? I would never consider somebody that's 5'6" or 5'7" tall. Sorry. Tall, slim, blonde.
I did read that in my report this morning, so obviously somebody did tell me that.
Listen to that.
I don't remember being told.
That there was going to be a significant time delay on the dog.
I do remember trying to get a dog up there, but I don't remember being told. I did read that in my report this morning, so obviously somebody did tell me that.
Okay.
A significant time delay. There was no significant time delay. Sherry, again, canine unit en route coming from far west, something with an H county. That's at 8:48. Does he need to come to the scene or stand by? 704 advised, come to the scene. Come to scene.
And did you stay in your office to get the emails, or was that something you could get on your iPhone? The emails from AT&T with the pings.
I believe I had to use a computer there at dispatch, but I don't remember. I remember them coming in by email.
Okay.
He doesn't remember that? What are you talking about? You would remember everything about that day. How did you get your emails? How did you get these pings?
And a matter of fact, you were able to get 4 pings total. Is that right? First locate on the phone that we heard there. That locate, there was no hit at the time. Did you?
I heard him say that. Yes, ma'am.
There was no hit at the time. Did you?
I heard him say that. Yes, ma'am.
And so then we heard 2 locates on the telephone just then.
Yes, ma'am.
And then they ended up sending you additional 2 more. Isn't that right?
Ma'am, again, I don't remember the number in total. I remember some emails coming through, but I don't remember how many.
Okay. And at
I mean, wouldn't that be the most important thing? You were trying to find somebody?
that point, then, you did not have the means by which to use this latitude and longitude information they gave you to pinpoint it on the map, did you?
No, ma'am, I didn't have a GPS or anything to use that information.
Okay. And it never occurred to you when you were talking to the people on the phone to ask them to update the system every 1 minute?
No, ma'am.
You did hear the man say on the phone that he was constantly refreshing the data to see if it had changed.
Hey, ma'am, he never told me that.
You didn't hear him on the phone just now say that?
I heard him on there say that, but he didn't say that to me. So no, ma'am, I was not aware that you could do that.
Okay. At the very last, when he said to you, I've been refreshing, and then he said, oh, it's just changed, I've got a new reading for you. Did you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
Okay. At a later date, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You did a supplement to your report at a later date, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that supplement, you added all the sex offenders that you had gone to visit.
Yes. Now here's where I want to close out with my bang. Everybody that's on this train that Terry Britt is the killer and he did this. Okay. Well, newsflash. Right in front of our eyes in this trial, they fabricated evidence. Number one, they had people a year and a half later write up reports saying that they went to Terry Britt's house. Okay. Now, again, those of you guys that believe that Zachary Adams was framed, right? I think if you believe that, then I want you to ask yourself one question. Did Terry Britt frame and set up Zachary Adams along with his buddies? Who framed him? Did Terry Britt frame him? No. Right? So you guys don't believe that Terry Britt could have been framed by the same people that y'all think that framed Zachary Adams? Let me show you.
Yes, ma'am.
And you went to see sex offenders with Jeremy Pratt.
Yes, ma'am.
You teamed up together to do that.
We did team up for some of them. I think John Reichard, one of the other road sergeants, assisted with a couple also.
Okay. And so in doing that, I'd like to pass to you. Then, granted, they're not very good cards. Some notes.
Okay, so she hands him some notes that he wrote up.
Some of it does appear to be my handwriting. Yes, ma'am.
I think one of the problems with these notes is when they're copied, you can see a little bit of what was on the back of the paper also. But would you agree with me that it appears that these rough notes on the piece of paper I just handed you are the same information that eventually got transcribed into your supplement number 1 of your report?
I would say yes, ma'am. Some of the information was transcribed into my report.
Would it be helpful if I passed you a copy of your
Then she hands him her report.
sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home? Is that correct?
Okay, ready?
And yesterday you testified that you kind of started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there that you go see is John Turner.
John Turner, the first person to go and see is John Turner.
Number 1. It's probably easier if you look at the typed report.
His name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say that's about right.
Okay. And he lives on Eastwood. You know where Eastwood is. But I'm sorry, you located him at Melton Lane
Yes, ma'am.
at Eastwood. Okay. The second person is on Manus Lane. That's close to the Bobo's house. Is that right?
I'm not sure mileage-wise, but it's within the city limits of Parsons, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's Melvin Stegall. You checked on him.
Melvin Stegall. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Stegall.
That's right, Melvin. So Glenn Wallace at 10:26, getting info and another incident occurred similar to this around 30 years ago. Can't think of suspect's name. Log info found out. Log info found out later. Then she writes, Melvin Siegel, Ard Watson lady, Siegel on SO list and address given to the 704 to check 109, whatever that street is. And that was at 10:26 as far as when Glenn Wallace in that, like, I'm calling about this, all this. Let me go back to hers because then he writes it over here too. Good old Glenn Wallace calling up about that bullshit, right? Get him, Glenn Wallace. 10:46, wanting to know if Debbie, who the fuck is Debbie? Glenn Wallace wanting to know if Debbie remembered name that he called and talked to Judy about. Who's Debbie? No, Glenn wanted me to call C&H Farm Supply. Okay, that's 10:46 and 10:26. Those are written in the Decatur County logs that we have here.
The next person is Timothy Wheat,
Yes, ma'am.
also on Manus Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Then is it Michael Broughton?
Yes, ma'am.
The fifth person is James Riddle.
Yes, ma'am.
He's on Rawson Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you move over to Jeanette Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know where Jeanette Holiday Road is located.
I do.
And
that's the same street that Jeremy Pratt lives on, right?
it's close to the Bobo home.
Yes, ma'am.
How does anybody say that that's close if it's 11 miles?
It's certainly closer to the Bobo home than Adams Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
And you checked on Eric Christensen.
That's what it says. Yes, ma'am.
And he was home when you got there.
That's what it says.
And then the next person on the list is Terry Britt.
Okay, ready?
Number 7.
Yes, ma'am.
And he was at 3138 Jeanette Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
He gave you his story of what he had been doing that day. He said he woke up at 6 a.m. Wife woke up at 8:30ish, and they left going to All Goods in Camden to buy supplies for remodeling the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember that upon arrival, they were unloading, Jan and Terry Britt were unloading a tub from a truck.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say truck, you mean a pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you got there sometime that afternoon after approximately 2 o'clock, didn't you?
I don't remember the exact time, ma'am.
Okay. I don't know where she's getting this shit that you got there after 2. Okay. At 10:54, the 702 says the 704 is en route back to the location. 702 was letting everybody know that the 704 is en route back to the location. Okay. Then, I'm going to put this on the screen here. Greta Wallace wanted to call in. All these Wallaces. All right, here we go. Let's see. So 2, Samantha, Shirley Moore wanted to report that someone was killing her dog or someone had killed it. Wild shit there. Let's go over here to Sheila. Sheila. Okay, here we go. Sheila. 704. Okay. At 1:31. 704 and the 709, they go to Manus Lane, okay? And then they say then after that, it's at 1:38, the 704 and the 709 from Manus Lane. It was 10:08 from Manus Lane. Then at 3:40, I'm going to put this on the screen. Okay. Okay. 1:31, 1:32, 1:35 in the afternoon, 1:35. Okay. Manus. Okay, here's the 704. Okay. 1:38, 704, 10:80 from 3:40. 3:40. I'm sorry, at 1:40. The 707 here is at 2800 Holiday Road. 3:41. 704 and 709. Beach Ridge. Okay. How in the world? Okay. Where? Wait for it. Listen to what he says. This was all written up after the fact.
Do you see a time written on your sheet? On your handwritten notes? I couldn't find a time, but
Man, I'm struggling here. It's kind of copied over and it's hard to read, but not that I can tell. No, ma'am.
okay. And do you remember that deputy, you had just mentioned another deputy who was also doing checks on sex offenders. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that other deputy, what was his name?
Jonathan Riker.
And Mr. Riker, and he was paired up with a second person also, wasn't he?
Ma'am, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay.
I would say probably.
Okay. And so do you remember that they had already been by the Britt home that morning and nobody was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No. Okay. Because she's trying to show that her defense that her client didn't do it is that Terry Britt did. Okay. Awesome. That's like doing the Richard Allen case and saying Richard Allen didn't do it and I'm going to go third party culpability and it was Ron Logan. Okay. Awesome. Great. Well, guess what? There's a problem. They wrote up reports way after the fact. Like we're talking over a year and a half later. And these officers then sign and say that we went to Terry Britt's house earlier in the morning and he wasn't there. Okay. Early in the morning and he wasn't there. And Terry Dicus used this to get a search warrant. Okay. It's all fucking lies. What time did they go? Oh, so they're out there at Terry Britt's knocking on the door at what time? Driving by? Yeah, nobody was there. We knocked so many times. Nobody was there. Get the fuck out of here. They never went there. They didn't go there. Why would you be knocking on Terry Britt's door? Okay. They didn't go there. He didn't go there. Who went there? Here it is right here. The 707. What's 2800 Holiday Road? That's not Terry Britt's. And then what they're trying to say is that the 707, between him going to his next one he says he cleared being at the 707, 2800 Holiday Road. He clears that at 1:45. And this guy has the balls. They have the balls to write up reports way after the fact. And this was for the purpose back then in 2012. It was for the purpose to get search warrants on Britt's place. And they lied and said, I went there. The fuck you did. You didn't go there. And you fucking planted that fucking piece of hair. Because you went and got what? Holly Bobo's hairbrush with her hair on it, right? You fucking had that in your possession when you put it on Britt's fucking shovel and whatever else fuck you all did. Okay? Y'all are sick. It's right here. He claimed this man didn't go there. And they got some other guy to say, oh yeah, when I was over there, I just didn't call it in. I just didn't call it in. But I was at Britt's and I was knocking on the door. And nobody was answering.
And there's a list, a timetable that was included in all, well, I guess officers, when they came in, then began to try to form some type of timeline and keep a record of who was doing what.
I would hope so.
And you remember that you worked pretty late that day.
I'm sure I did.
Okay. So if at 8:38 you were still out there checking sex offenders, that would make sense to you, wouldn't it?
I'm sure. I don't remember getting a whole lot of sleep there for about a week.
Okay.
So you're going to sit here and tell me that the people that went and checked on these sex offenders, right, are the same people that were at and knew about this abduction and the being drug out and were calling in for canines before even they arrived on scene, and then leave and after they are heading basically to the area where this phone would be eventually located, and that's the way that they had to get on out to like leave the Bobo. So like, I'm going to go check on. I'm just going to go start hitting up sex offenders and checking on their whereabouts. When? What time did you think that y'all started to do this? And now that he claims that he went back to deal with the emails and stuff, and he's admitting that he left the scene to go do this with the pinging with AT&T, that's like music to my ear. This is all a bunch of shit. This is all shit.
You initially were at the Bobo home, but you left sometime that morning to go back to the Parsons or the Decatur County Sheriff's Department.
The dispatch center, yes, ma'am.
And where's the Decatur County Sheriff's Department?
It's on Main Street in Decatur. I don't know the numerical address.
Okay, so in order to get there from the Bobo home, you would have driven past the hospital. The Parsons Hospital. Is it Parsons or Decatur County Hospital?
Decatur County General Hospital.
So you would have driven past the Decatur County General Hospital going that direction.
That's one way to go, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the way you went that morning, isn't it?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know which road I took. I would imagine I took that road just because it's the main thoroughfare.
Okay. If I can have one moment. No further questions, Ron.
For the director of the station.
Yeah, I have a few questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I did want to put that, so I'll call it.
I wondered, just put this in, it will be in the 37.
Can we have his report put in also in his handwritten notes? He recognized them as.
I'm sorry. I'll address the court. We've already taken this in report. I'm getting this from South Dakota.
This will be exhibit 37.
Ridiculous shit. And okay. Persons interviewed known to the case agent. John Paul. Brent did it, and he was at work that morning. Wiley Adams, Sr., with dad. Zach Adams was handled by Matt Ross and Annette Cotton, and he was asleep in house, dad and grandpa. Zachary Adams is the third person on this list back in fucking forever ago. John Alford. Terry talked to this person. He was stripping floor at middle school with David Brewer. Ronald Allen, Sr. He's too old, but he was at home. Daniel Armstrong, Sr. He was in jail. Let's get to Shane Austin. He was talked to by Joe Walker and Ricky Iman, and it says nothing next to it. Jason Autry. Terry talked to him, and he was at work on Mike Douglas's farm. John Babb, B-A-A-B, the guy that was, at doing the fishing that morning, says, saw white truck. That's all the fuck they wrote. Saw white truck at a very important time. How about this name? Blake Barnett. You want to know why that name's so important? That was Holly Bobo's ex-boyfriend, one of them. Blake Barnett. Well, guess what? Ronnie talked to him, and he was at work at 9:01 at the Food Giant. I said, the Food Giant? I said, Blake Barnett worked there. I said, okay, great. 9:01. Guess what? That don't mean shit. None of this means shit, because the time that you think that this all occurred, I don't give a shit if you have an alibi at that time, because that's not when it happened, right? Well, here we get to Lee Bangus, who dated Holly Bobo, an ex-boyfriend of hers. Lee, Art, and Terry, and he was in school. And I'm like, did these people, Food Giant, is it Good Giant? Food Giant? It says Food Giant down here. How about this? And I'm like, well, these people could just say whatever they want. Like, who checked on anything? And it was like, this is just what this is the persons that were interviewed. So how about, what did Terry Brumley say? Well, let's keep going here because this is interesting. Clint Bobo. Terry, John, and Brent did a polygraph. Karen Bobo. She talked to Terry and John, but it has, nothing next to it. Michelle Bledsoe, nothing. Nothing like Timothy Blackburn Sr., too short and fat. Do you understand that these people, what's written in these? Hey, that person, fucking write him out. He was too short and too fat, too old. Okay. Natalie Bobo. Cannot believe it, but Karen was like, Natalie had something to do with this. Natalie's the only one that kept on calling her cousin's phone. It was actually really sad when you actually look at it and you investigate the work and look at the. Natalie was the only one that kept on calling, like texting and calling her cousin, like after that day. It's really sad. Natalie had nothing to do with this. Bo Brasher. Terry talked to Bo Brasher and he said, and all it says is, saw Drew and Boo morning of hunting land question. What? Where, you guys, who the fuck is Boo? Drew and Boo. B-O-O. Saw Drew and Boo. B-O-O. Well, Drew was with his dad, supposedly hunting. And so they said that they saw Bo Brasher. Well, that's what Drew said, supposedly in that text message that, but Bo says when he talked to Terry, saw Drew and Boo, B-O-O, morning of, hunting land question. So were you guys on the land? No. Does the mom keep calling? No, she doesn't call at all. No. Nope. I thought it was, but they can't spell. It says Boo. So who the fuck's that? I thought he was there with his dad. His dad's name is Harold. Harold. So, like, do you guys not see these problems? Also, this is just sick. Let's see. Terry Britt, buying supplies with wife. Sergeant Weber is next to it. Do you understand what this also proves? Well, buying supplies with wife. That's what, and they said that Terry Britt made up this whole big excuse and he lied about all this shit and blah, blah, blah. That's not what that guy says. He says that's that dude's handwriting. I don't know why that receipt isn't with this receipt. Oh, really? Okay. Sergeant Weber talked to Terry Britt. So where's the guy that tried to go talk to Terry Britt and, he wasn't there. We were banging on he wasn't there in the morning. Let's see here. Michael Broughton. Sergeant Weber talked to him and he's a truck driver in California. He must have been hitting on that cell tower, huh? Daniel Burton. He has an alibi, but Upton talked to him. Okay. This is wild shit. Keith Clark. Eric, that dude that he went to go see, Chisholm. He was at home with wife. Alfred Coffey was in federal prison at the time. Tony, you were not in the cell dump. Chester You are home and you're too old. Mary Cruz. Terry Britt. What? These guys, this doesn't even make any sense. These are the people that were interviewed, and this is what they were saying. Like Ron Darcy, J.C. Bruce's alibi. Dude, whatever you said, how did you go and check it out? Like, how did you check on the fact that, I don't know. Here, what did Terry Brumley, how come she wasn't interviewed until August of 2011? This happened in freaking April. You don't think Terry Brumley is, how about Tina Cruz? Where are any of these people's interviews? Where are their cell phone records? Wouldn't Terry Brumley's cell phone records be really fucking important? Karen Bobo's cell phone called her daughter, and it was a connected phone conversation, 44 seconds at 8:09. Who wants to explain that? Wait, what'd you say, Lana? Yeah. Holly Bobo's cell phone receives a call from her mom's cell phone at 8:09, and it connects for 44 minutes. 44 seconds. 44 minutes. This is nobody dropping no ball. I'll tell you that right now. You want to know what this is? Very simple. This is a lot of intel. And this is pure Decatur County Sheriff's Department. Yeah. You saw Weber on the stand there, looking over. How come a woman, her name is D. Lynn, is seen driving away with Clint Bobo in the car by somebody that's like, does D. Lynn have a BMW? How about this? Stephen Davis, he was interviewed by Terry and Aubrey, and guess what? He's a real estate abductor. That's literally what's written here. What is a real estate abductor? What is this? Hoppy Joe Brown was wearing a bracelet, and it records if he gets more than 150 feet out of the house. No activity after 12 p.m. Unbelievable. Ryan Burton, husband of D. Lynn, delivering logs to PCA the morning of, no documents to prove it. That's funny. D. Lynn flying in the car with Clint Bobo. It says real estate abductor. Bill said, hey, I took the kids to school, man. I don't know what to tell you, but that's just what I was doing. Okay. Let's see. Desi Dunkel. Clint was talking to a 16-year-old is what it says here. And she was at school at Riverside. They knew it. They knew that Clint was talking to a 16-year-old at the time. He is 26 years old. What? Terry Evans saw steel bed green truck. Oh, here we go. Donald Darrington is Blake Barnett's manager at Food Giant. That's all it says. That's all it says. Like, and was he there? Yes. Like, I talked to Donald Darrington, and that's Blake's manager at Food Giant, you know. And how about let's see. Ridiculous shit here. Where's Harold Scott? You know, daddy to Drew? Well, Lana, we don't have that. We didn't talk to no Harold Scott. You didn't? Come on now. Well, it says that yeah, no. Ricky Matson, computer guy at UTM, says in Waynesboro. Chad Marshall, here it is. Chad Marshall. He's at tech school. So he was at tech school. Well, then here's the question. How did Chad Marshall text and know about the Bobo abduction at potentially 7:33, but by 8:28 a.m., Chad Marshall is texting Clint Bobo and saying, do y'all need me to come help? You guys need me to come help. The FBI said, we have some questions about your text messages with Clint. What was this about? Oh, yeah. I had heard about. The FBI doesn't say, how did you hear about this? How would Chad Marshall hear about this? Like, if he's tech school in Lexington at the time. Did he go to school? Did he show up that day? This is the person that was getting blown up via text with Clint the night, you know. This person, David Mildener. He's too old. How about this Barbara? Child with Anthony Kulf. Like, who cares? Barbara Milhorn. Special Agent Scott Lawson talked to her, and the thing that they noted was she has a child with Anthony Kulf. What? That's it. Lemon Mitchell Sr., friend alibi. Harold Mitchell, his cousin, is his alibi. Tiffany Overbay. Diane Harsha talked to Tiffany, and she's a stripper. Took the bloody dollar, not Holly's. Excuse me? What is that? Tiffany Overbay. Diane Harsha, stripper, took the bloody dollar, not Holly's. Do you guys know how Holly Bobo's SIM card was found? Not in her phone. Excuse me, Lana? Yeah, no, not on her phone. By somebody that works and knows Clint Bobo. How about this? Ronald Pat, no alibi, but he's too little. What does that mean? He couldn't drive a car? I don't get it. Works for Potts Roofing in Bath Springs. Michael Rhodes checks in school at 9:20. So he could do it? I mean, when you have the wrong timeline, none of this matters. You know, none of this matters. Brian Riggs, he was helping his mom in the yard at the time. Well, how does he know when? I mean, hey, what were you doing at this time? Because I was doing this at that time. So none of this shit matters. Hey, Bridget Rister. oh my God, this woman lied her ass off and was like, give me a polygraph. I'll pass it. Don't worry. She was saying the most ridiculous shit. She had all this information. She says she failed the polygraph and confessed then to lying. Finally. John Rusman. Hey, no alibi, but he's a sex offender. Perfect physical description, but bald and bad right foot. Lives in transition zone. He's perfect description, but he's bald. Then it's not a perfect description. Who wrote this shit? A perfect description of what? The man that Clint never saw? This is hilarious to me. Oh man, Clint Bobo is just like, my mom's gonna beat my ass. I had to keep saying this shit, you know. Fuck. Oh, here we finally get to it. Derek Scott. I was like, oh, that's his brother. Drew's brother at work at Food Giant saw Blake that day. I said, wait a second. Drew Scott works at Food Giant? Blake works at Food Giant? And all he writes is that Derek Scott, yep, he saw Blake that day. And now Drew Scott. Hunting with father. Hunting with father? Did you prove, like, who did you talk to like get this, like, that this is what happened? He wasn't hunting. He wasn't hunting. He testified at trial that he arrived early to work at Parsons' city job. Okay. And that's 25 miles, or I'm sorry, 25 minutes from work. It's right on the way to go to the Bobos, to go to work, and Holly Bobo was accusing him, or maybe it was Karen writing from Holly's phone. You guys act like that could never happen. Looks like that's exactly what happened. Wild shit. Why does Drew Scott's cell phone begin at 7:33? Where is Drew Scott's cell phone? All of the information for Drew Scott's cell phone before 7:33 to show what and where he was prior to 7:33 in the morning. Let's see. Matthew Smith Sr. at work at 7:30, not verified. What considers verification with you people? Melvin Siegel at home with Rhonda, confirmed. Why? Because Rhonda said he was at home with her. That's what confirms that for Mr. Sergeant Weber. That's what it has here. Melvin Siegel is like a, you know, those calls that were coming in. Benita Brasher. Empty house. May want to check it out. Get on over there. Ridiculous. So curious as to why you are thinking that Drew and or the Bobo family were responsible for the death. I don't have a theory. I'm showing that the evidence is what the evidence is. Karen Bobo called the police at 7:59 from the school. That's not what she testified to. Karen Bobo said that she did not have her cell phone. She got in Terry Brumley's vehicle and she, left and went, back home. She said that she got some news at the school. That's why she fell to the ground. Kathy Wise couldn't have called the school before talking to her son, who notified her of the whole screaming. That didn't happen. Also, if she doesn't have her phone, meaning Holly Bobo's mother doesn't have her cell phone, then who's using her cell phone when at 8:09 calling her daughter's phone? Because she left the school and she left her phone there. And she said this is what she testified to. I'm saying that the evidence is really, really, really like poor. Also, something happened to Holly Bobo's phone when all of a sudden, after 11 p.m. on Monday night, like why were the Bobos calling Holly's phone at 11:10 and 11:11 on Monday night? How come nobody's asking that question? What, Holly's calling her own phone from her landline to her own cell phone at 11:10 at night? Ever since that call, Holly's phone began to. You guys ever heard of call forwarding? Ever heard of that? Ever heard of like Holly Bobo's phone started having duplicates of everything. We have a lot of the phone records for the night before. Let me see here. Let me take a picture. Hold on. I have my whiteboard behind me. I'll take a picture of my whiteboard and then I'll put it on the screen. Oh, where's my stuff? I'll show you what else I did. I went back and took a look at Holly Bobo's 6 months of call records. Okay. Well, let me just do one thing. Sugar tits. What's up? What's up? Synchronization issue. A network glitch. Yep. Can you imagine though? Holly Bobo's cell phone for the whole time that she had it never did the glitching. Okay. That never happened. A lot of reasons that it could happen, but here, let's take a look at this. Okay. So let's ask ourselves a couple questions, but we'll give the hard questions here. So what was going on Monday night? Okay. There you go. Monday night, when you want to talk about abnormal shit, you can go ahead and take a look at 6 months worth of Holly Bobo, or January to April. If you look at all of her January, February, March, and then the first basically 2 weeks of April. What you want to do is when you look at someone's cell phone, you want to say, what's their normal like routine? What time is it? Is it normally calling somebody, oh, here at noon every day? My husband calls me when he's on, break from work, so you'd be looking at your, this, yep. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it's not on this day. Oh, because it's a Saturday. Okay. Makes sense. Going on. So yeah, right around noon every day, old bastard calls me up. It's right there in the phone records for 4 months. Then, a week or two right before somebody was dead. Oh, look at that bastard. Stop calling her at noon. Like that would be something that you would be noting. Okay. As like, that's a significant change in somebody's pattern. Okay. You would make that note, and what you would do is you'd want to look into why. Then you find out, oh, that damn bastard had knee surgery. So he was home. So he wasn't working those 2 weeks. Okay. Perfect. There's a reason for it. He doesn't need to call old ball and chain because he's there and she's taking care of him. Okay. So here, Holly Bobo's cell phone, her cell phone at 11:10, which she's supposed to be at home. Her family said that she was at home on Monday night. And that Drew came over, and he usually is at 10. Okay. But on this night at 11:10, the Bobo residence, they have a landline. It calls Holly's phone and lasts 4 seconds, and then calls right again afterwards at 11:11 and lasts for 5 seconds. Okay. Back to back. Well, I went back and I was like, when is their landline ever calling Holly to begin with? And has this ever happened before? So either A, you have some options here. Either A, Holly calls her own phone with the landline for some reason. Okay. Back to back. Well, there's only one thing I can think of why I would ever do that. The number one reason would be is, where the hell is my phone? I cannot find it for the life of me. So I could be like, hey, Clint, call my phone. Right? That's the only thing that makes sense. Or Holly's not home. Right? Holly's not home. And so they didn't use the cell like her mom or her brother or her dad. They get up out of bed at 11 o'clock on a Monday night to call their daughter. Okay. What other reasons would you think that this would ever happen on a Monday night at 11:10? So it says Monday at 4:11. Those are the things that you would. But I'm telling you this, as an investigator, you'd ask Clint, Karen, and Dana, what happened on Monday night? What do you mean, what happened on Monday night? Nothing. Are you sure that Holly was home? So no, you didn't call? Did you call Holly that night? What time did you go to bed? Yeah, I didn't call her. You didn't use the house line to call her? No. How about Clint? You know what I mean? Like, you'd be asking these questions. Okay. After this, on that same day, at 11:47, Drew's cell phone calls Holly's cell phone. And the call lasted for 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Now, there's a couple options here. I got this information from Holly's cell phone, so it's considered an incoming call, and it shows as 308. And it was truly called out by Drew, and it was truly answered by Holly. Option 1. Option 2 is Drew was on the one line and Holly was not on the other line. And it was a butt dial, or it went to voicemail and then continued on. They didn't hang up, and they actually left a ridiculously long voicemail. Okay. Or neither one of them were on either one of those phones. Right? Those are your options. But these two phones connected with each other at 11:47 p.m. And that was it. Then the next morning, which would be Tuesday morning. See how I started this at 11:10? Earlier on Monday, just so we're clear, Holly woke up and was using her cell phone by 4:29 a.m. on Monday. Which, so when somebody says to me that on Wednesday, or I'm sorry, so this is Tuesday, so Holly didn't start using her phone until 6:04 a.m. that day. But it's really important to see that all the text messages are duplicates from 6:04 a.m. to 3:10 p.m. There's nothing that's going on in her phone during the day. Like no phone calls. No phone calls coming in, no phone calls going out. This is just straight text messages. From 6:04 a.m. until 3:10 p.m. Again, no calls came through and no calls went out. Then at 3:10 p.m., her mom's cell phone calls Holly's cell phone. 2 minutes and 24 seconds. 4:06. Now, I went to look at Clint's, what he said happened on, Tuesday. And he said, I had school until 4, and then I had to do some stuff in Jackson. And then by the time I got home, it was like 7. And I saw Holly, and she was getting ready, and she left to go to her boyfriend Drew's. And I said, what? That's what he wrote down as his statement for Tuesday. And then he saw his parents. They were in the den. He was eating his dinner because his dad brought it home for them. And so he used the microwave to heat it up. And then he was, just texting and on the phone with his friends that night for Tuesday. Okay. And I said, wait a second. Clint Bobo is saying that Holly went to Drew's. The mom and the dad, not the dad, because the dad never, the mom is saying that Drew came over to the house. And that the dad went to bed at like 9:10, and she went to bed at 10. And when she went to bed, Drew was still there, and she doesn't know what time he left. Okay. So huge, big problem there with Tuesday night. It's a very important night. That's the night that so I've looked at their cell phone records to see the text messaging. So let's take a look here for Tuesday. So Holly's phone, I'm sorry, at 4:06, Clint calls Holly, and it lasts for 2 minutes and 4 seconds. This was a little unusual, not like totally, but like, Clint wasn't always like, he didn't call her like all the time or anything like that. So this was, him calling 4:06 right when he was done with school. And it says for 2:04. Okay. Then 4:08. So basically right after this call, so Clint calls Holly's phone at 4:08. Holly's phone calls Drew. And it's for 46 seconds. Then, so pay attention here. So it's like right after this happens, this then happens. And then there's a little bit of a gap. Then at 4:25, Holly's phone calls Karen Bobo, 16 seconds at 4:28. Then at 4:33, Karen Bobo calls Holly Bobo. Like their phones call each other. 1:15. Then a big gap there, okay? 4:33 to 7:04. But in between that, at 5:24, the most ridiculously abnormal shit happens to Holly Bobo. And she received, it was a text, and the number was not saved in her phone. And I looked and I was like, who is this number? Well, this number went back to a Dakota Qualls. Dakota Qualls. This number was associated with a phone number that had 19 comments as far as it being a number that was used to like fuck with people, like pranks or spoofing and shit like that. I shit you not. Now see how, so the next thing that happens here is, now remember what Drew said. I mean, not Drew, but Clint. Clint said that on Tuesday night, when he got back home from doing whatever he was doing in Jackson after he went to school, he said he gets home at 7 and Holly was just, finishing up getting ready, and she left to go, he said, to go to Drew's. Well, look at this. Something that I think is interesting is that at 7:04, Holly Bobo's cell phone calls Drew's cell phone. You see that? 7:04. And it lasts for 2 seconds. And I said, okay, are we sure it's Holly's calling him or is Drew calling him? And it's Holly calls Drew. 2 seconds. They're texting. She's on Tuesday night. This is why I was like, this is wild to me. I said, well, if Holly left, I'll tell you this. If Holly left, Drew and Holly's cell phones are texting each other nonstop between 7 and 8:41. Okay. Either way, the mom says that Drew came over to the house. The son says Holly left and went to her boyfriend's. And I'm over here like, why the fuck would she be texting with him if she's with him? Okay. Holly, it's very clear with Holly's phone that you can tell when she's not with somebody. Okay, but here, wow, okay, well, the phone's texting each other. Again, is Holly on the opposite end of that? I don't know. But they're texting each other. And then I could tell you that guess what Jennifer Nichols did not ask? Well, she asks the boyfriend, when's the last time you saw Holly? You know? And he said that he saw her like Tuesday night. Well, I would love to know what time Karen thinks that Drew got over to the house. Because, again, at 8:30, Holly then calls Drew for 24 seconds. And then between 8:30 and 10:41, that's where there's no there's nothing going on with the phones. Like Holly's phone isn't doing anything from 8:30 to 10:41. And now remember, like Holly's has some big test tomorrow, you know, and so at 10:41, she like was, I don't know, made some type of comment, and then like at 12:17, she makes 2 back-to-back phone calls, and then she texts him, and she's like, she had this person that's writing with Holly's phone, could be Holly, could be somebody else. She's like, I just, woke up because I had fallen asleep, but I tried to call you twice, and the first time it rang, or it clicked off right away. And then she writes him and says, the second time I called you, it was really quick. And so I went and I looked at the phone. And it says, yeah, the first call at 12:17 was 2 seconds. And then the second call, it was 5 seconds. Okay. But he didn't answer it. So it would be considered like a missed call if he just clicks it. So that's why I think that this is so ridiculously premeditated, because it went through. But if they would have been like clicked off to be like ignored, you know what I'm talking about? Because that's what she writes. It's like you're on the phone with a girl. Okay. And if you are texting or calling or talking to any girls, I am done. You said you was going straight home. That's what this texting was about. Like that. So I'm done. I'm done. She thinks that he's like cheating, right? He doesn't respond. He doesn't answer the 2 phone calls, and then doesn't respond back to those texts. And then, so it's like 12:17 call, 12:18, and then 12:21 text to Drew, right in that, and then it said 12:21 text to Drew. Then at 5:04, I want you to think about this. 5:04, Drew texts his girlfriend. And now he's supposed to go turkey hunting. Okay. Well, I don't know. How does turkey hunting work? I'm not a turkey hunter, So I'm like, okay, if he texts at 5:04, it's like, I just woke up and I saw these messages from my pissed off girlfriend. Right. So he texts her at 5:04. Now she supposedly got up and been up since 4:30. Okay. And so a text from Drew is at 5:04, and then a text from Drew is at 5:20. Now, but picture all of this. The way that it's coming through on the cell, it's like everything's a duplicate. So if he got up at 5:04 and he was actually at his house, Him and his dad's like, get in the car. We're going turkey hunting. Okay, Dad. So I have to drive basically 30 minutes to go turkey hunting. We're going to get there at 5:30. Okay, at 5:30. Holly to Drew at 5:48. It was a text message. Then Holly to Drew at 7:06. Not Drew to Holly, but Holly to Drew, 7:06. Then 7:18. Text from Drew. 7:19. Text to Drew. Then 7:21. Text to Drew. And 7:21. Call to Karen. Karen doesn't answer that one. And then Karen calls Holly's phone at 7:23. And supposedly what happens here is, oh my God, Mom, at 7:09, I think there's actually a 7:09 text there. But at 7:09, it was like, I had studied, I put so many hours into this, blah, blah, about her test or whatever. But his message at 7:18 is that these dudes or people bothered him over there turkey hunting and was like, I ran into these slew of men talking about I ain't got no permission and blah, blah, type of shit, right? That's what the text was about. That's what the text said. And she said, what the fuck? Who? And he said, Bo Brasher. Okay. They don't talk on the phone about this, though. There is no talking on the phone. There is no talking on the phone. These are texts. Okay. So then the phone, now mind you, where Holly's mom has to go to school is South Hill Elementary, Scott Hill Elementary. That's like going the opposite way that her phone goes when it leaves at 8:11, 8:17. And there was an irregular at 7:33. The phone is pinging on the same tower that's literally right next to Holly Bobo's mom's elementary school. It's pinging off of that tower at 7:33. And it's like, why is it down there? Why is it pinging on that tower at that time? Okay. Very bizarre. So, so hear this conversation out. Holly, in the midst of, let me tell you something. She's been studying for this big old test, right? She's got to go do this test. And she's going to say, what the fuck? I need to call him. No, doesn't call him. What the fuck, Bo Brasher? I'm going to call my mom. I'm going to call my mom. I'm going to call my mom at 7:21. She calls me right back at 7:23 to show that. And there's a recorded call now. This is where it shows up as a duplicate, and these idiots write down. It's in one of these things. Where is it? Here. Okay. Holly calls Drew. No answer. That's not what happened. Text message to Drew. See, they write it in. They realize it after the fact. Drew calls Holly. It's not. It's a text message. At 7:21, as Karen Bobo is walking into school, she got a call from Holly. It's 41-second call. Didn't happen like that, though. She doesn't answer that call, and then she calls actually her back. Holly told her that Drew Scott and his father were turkey hunting in Bath Springs on Karen's mother's property. Drew ran into Bo Brasher and some of his friends, and Bo questioned if he had permission to hunt on that property. Karen called her mother, Donna, and told her about the turkey hunting incident. Karen then called Drew and told him that everything was okay about him hunting on the property. Okay. Well, let's understand this. Drew has to leave turkey hunting on that property by no later than, I mean, it's pretty clear here if you really want to go off of the phone records what time that this could have happened, is if he's texting her, he's not hunting. So at 7:18, right? You have to be driving back because guess what? You have to go to work and you work at 8 and you testify that you were working and you got to work early, that you were there early. Okay. Awesome. Well, I don't know. Do you go like shower after you go turkey hunting? I mean, I don't fucking know. And then he said he went there with his dad. Did they drive together? So then where's your truck at type of thing? If I have to take you home, son, so you can get to your truck, so you get to work. I mean, who wants to rush around like this crazy ass shit, right? It's very bizarre. Yeah, let me drive. And I'm only saying, like, I thought if maybe he would have went turkey hunting like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. But by the looks of it, at 5:08 or 5:04, when you're texting your girlfriend, like that tells me like you probably got up at that time, right? And so you'd have to drive 30 minutes. So you're getting on that property at 5:30. Then you're what? Turkey hunting from 5:30 to 7:15, 7 o'clock. I don't fucking know. He just doesn't text her back or do anything after the 5:48 when she finally texts and says like, whatever. He doesn't text her back until or she texts him again at 7:06. It's not even like she waited. Anyways. So, but this is what doesn't make sense. You know, Holly's got this huge test, and the last thing I'm going to call my mother, who has to be in a school and be doing something at 7:30. I'm going to call my mom right now and say, Mom, Drew, who's no longer, okay, on the property, I guess Bo Brasher gave him a hard time, and he was supposed to be turkey hunting, and he was turkey hunting, and then just through a text, it just says there was a slew of men, and they asked who gave me permission, and it was, she doesn't like call her boyfriend to say, wait, what happened? Like get clarification here on what happened. No, I'm going to just take this phone of mine and call my mother, who doesn't answer, but then calls me right back, of which I answer. And at 7:23, we have this conversation that lasts for 1 minute and 22 seconds. Okay. Or I'm sorry, 41 seconds is the first call, 41 seconds, where Holly is bothering her whole brain and self to say, hey, Mom, Drew just got finished up turkey hunting, and I don't know, somebody gave him a hard time, and Bo, and he's allowed turkey hunt on that lawn. You better call Grandma and tell her that Bo and them, blah, blah, blah. And then think about this. Holly, it's fine. We'll take care of it when I'm done with work, right? Pretty simple. No, let me make myself late for work and call my mother, because then it says, Karen. They don't want to put in here that Karen calls her mom, but that's what happens here is at 7:26, Karen decides I'm going to call my mother and say, hey, Mom, and have a 4-minute conversation with her to talk about this fucking turkey hunting bullshit and make myself late for work, right? But then after she has this conversation with her grandma, what should, like, the order of this should be is that I call my mother And then I'm supposed to be calling Holly back to tell her about that I just talked to grandma, right? Well, here, Karen calls Holly back at 7:30. What they failed to put in their lovely little bullshit is that at 7:26, Holly's mom calls Donna. After she talks to Donna, then Karen calls Holly back for 1:10. No, it was a 1:22. And then Holly's phone is literally texting Drew's phone while Karen decides I'm going to call Drew. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because Holly tells Drew via text messages that we're going to show you this weekend we're on grandma's property, you know, what part is hers, and you're going to go hunting there, and, you know, like, why would Karen call Holly and say, hey, I just talked to grandma, everything's fine. Okay. Drew isn't flipping out. So you're going to sit here and say, well, you better call Drew and tell him. And then Holly's going to text and say, I just talked to grandma. Well, we're going to figure, like, what? And Karen's over here like, let me make myself late for school to fucking do this shit. Like, what? Like, and then it's all out of whack ass order. Then get this. Karen is off the phone, like done, nothing more to do. Well, except for the fact that she decided to talk to Drew Scott after she talks to Holly, she claims, for 1:34. So she's done and off the phone at 7:33. So how is Karen late to school? She's already there. She's been in the parking lot. How was she late for school? What did Karen do from 7:33 when she was off the phone with everybody? She goes into the building, walks her room. Her kids aren't supposed to be going down to go get the cafeteria until 7:40 or 7:45. Karen, does Karen not walk well? What's the problem? Karen then leaves her cell phone in her room. So think about this. Karen knows that she wasn't in her room and she has all these kids, and everybody knows that Karen wasn't in there to walk to the kids down. And so, okay. What time do they walk those kids down? The school doesn't start till 8. Ready? Fine, sure. We'll buy the tea that you're selling here. Except what it more looks like to me is that you weren't planning on the neighbors doing what they did. And that's why Clint was like, hey, mom, ASAP, whatever, because of Kathy coming on over. But what it looks like you did and what you were going to do is it looks like you tried to call your daughter, and then right after that, you call your grandma, like her mom, and then you're calling your daughter back again, and then you call Drew. And so what it could look like to somebody is like, you can't find your kid. Like, I called Holly. Okay, I don't know. Maybe she did go turkey hunting with Drew. Maybe she was supposed to do that all along. And that's why you're like, I'm going to call my mom to see, hey, is Holly down there? Like, her car's here, but she, you know, I told her not to go fucking turkey hunting. You know, she went to Drew's last night. I told her not to because this test, blah, blah, blah. Who the fuck knows? Okay. But if you called Drew is telling you at 7:30, oh no, it's fine. Like, we were all done. I'm not turkey hunting anymore. So then why would you ever tell the police or anybody that I know that it's not Drew? Take a gun and go shoot him. What are you smoking? Nobody believes that because you of all people know that Drew could have come back and after being done turkey hunting, it's on the way, stopped off and oh, she's there, he's there. Like you would just pick up your phone and you'd call Drew and say, "Hey, are you with Holly? Is that you? Are you at my house? Are you with Holly?" I mean, come the fuck on, people. That is not Drew. Get on, go shoot him. Get the hell out of here, Karen. Nobody buys that shit. But if you back up this whole timeline, okay, and you back it up on when this truly did happen, then I think just more things can start making sense more. Such as, let's ask an AT&T specialist if I was to call somebody's phone in 2011 and their voicemail picks up and I wait for it and I leave a voicemail, is that going to be considered an incoming call that was completed? And guess what? In 2011, yep, you have that possibility. Oh, really? Okay. That's right. How could Clint possibly get it wrong that he said that Holly went to Drew's that night when he came home at 7? That Holly was getting ready and she left and she went to Drew's. I mean, how do you fuck that part up? Like, either, what'd you see there, kid? Hey, what'd you see? I don't think he did fuck that up. I think that that's what he saw. Okay. Awesome. Or if Holly really had Drew, think about this. If Holly really had Drew over, right? Clint and Drew are like friends, like they're buddies. Like, hey, what's up? Hey, how are you doing? You know, the night before your sister disappeared, where was? Oh yeah, Drew came over. That's what normally happens. Why is he writing in a statement that she went to his house? That would be abnormal during the week. So, like, how does he even blurt that out? Because it would just, you would come to your, oh yeah, no, Drew was over, or Holly was getting ready, but he's physically saying that he saw her leave, and Holly was getting ready, and then she left and went to Drew's. And I'm like, well, they're texting from 7 to 8:41. Maybe she said that she went to Drew's, but she really didn't. So I had to put that down as an option. Hey, Mom, Dad, see you later. I'm going to Drew's, you know, and Clint's right there. Okay. And the phone records show you that, okay, well, wow. From 7 to 8:41, you know, so that could be a possibility. Or could it be a possibility that Clint's lying? Oh, I got to say that she wasn't there, so I'm just going to say that she went to Drew's, but really something actually happened, like I told you guys, Monday night with the whole, why is the house line calling Holly Bobo's cell phone and looking for it? Why is the home number calling Holly's cell phone number on Monday at 11:10? So people that go to school with her on Monday during the day, did you see her, right? Then what does Holly do on Tuesdays? Who saw Holly other than her family on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning? Please tell me, because I can tell you that nobody talked to her on the phone other than those people. Her phone's not connecting with other people, especially not after 11:10. So going back to like going to the school, you also have Clint Bobo saying that Terry Brumley and his mom would drive to school together. I about fell over. Have you guys ever heard that? Well, it's in his handwritten And I'm just like, what? Yeah. His mom and Terry ride to school together. Okay. And then Holly's mom says on the stand that I did not have my phone with me. And you guys, that's important. Why is she wanting to distance herself from this fucking cell phone of hers? Why? Why does Holly's mom want to distance herself from the cell phone, her own personal cell phone? If I'm walking into school and Holly calls to tell me about some turkey hunting crazy shit, right? Okay, Holly, we'll take care of it tonight. Like, no, I'm going to make myself late for work to deal with Drew's turkey hunting issue that he doesn't have. All of it, that's all fucking bullshit. And another part that's bullshit is why is then the grandma calling? Okay, ready for Grams, aka Donna? Karen calls Donna. That's her mom at 7:26. They talk, she says. I talked to grandma. At 7, as Karen Bobo was walking into school, she got a call from Holly. Holly told her that Drew Scott and his father were turkey hunting in Bath Springs on Karen's mother's property. Well, it sounds like you're alibying up Drew Scott and his father. And Drew ran into Bo Brasher and some of his friends, got them all handled too. And Bo questioned if he had permission to hunt on that property. Well, it sounds like something went down on this property because right now everybody's getting alibied up here by the one and only Karen. Karen called her mother, Donna, and told her about the turkey hunting incident. Karen then called Drew and told him that everything was okay about the hunt, about him hunting on the property. Well, actually, how it happened is that Karen gets off the phone with her mother, and then she calls her daughter first. Then she calls, and that's really important. Why do I need to call Drew after I tell Holly that everything is fucking fine? I call Holly and say, just talk to grandma, everything is fine. You think Holly was on the phone saying, you better call Drew right now. Okay, now. But Karen likes to put her nose in shit, right? Go ahead, do that with Drew. Let him know everything is fine. Okay, great. We'll give it to you. That truly happened. Then this is the part that makes absolutely no sense. When I say it makes absolutely no sense, it fails on every level, and it's really important, which is grandma. Grandma calls at 8:03 and asks Clint, or when she was interviewed, says, I called at 8:03 to find out what the hell was going on. Wait, what? I called at 8:03 to find out what's going on. And conveniently, the police leave that off the timeline. Why? Because that blows everything up. At 8:03, grandma is wanting to know what's going on per Brent Booth. 8:03. And that's Donna. And I'm like, hello. That's because what Karen actually told her mother is that she just she witnessed somebody dragging her daughter off into the woods. What? Why would the grandma call at 8:03 and call Clint and he doesn't answer? So when the cops ask her, why did you call? She's like, I was calling to see what was going on. Grandmother, wanting to know what's going on. Well, isn't that great? Nobody called the grandmother before 8:03 other than the call that Karen made. Karen makes a call at 7:26 and it's about turkey hunting. And they talk about it. So it's like, unless that's not what the fucking phone call was about. Capiche? Yay. Okay. It's impossible for Karen over here to claim that, oh, everything's oh yeah, Drew, Holly's boyfriend, that's who was down there. He has like a blanket permission, right, to go hunting. Okay, great. Love you, Mom. Mwah. I gotta go. I'm running late for school. 4-minute call. What? 4 is a long time when you're running late. Like 4 minutes is on her phone, on Karen's. And then after that's when she calls Holly and then calls Drew. Well, clearly that's not what you fucking talked about with your mom, Karen, because the grandma's blowing up your spot. And grandma's over here wanting to know what the hell is going on. 8:03. 8:03. Listen to this. Like 7:26. 8:03. What happens between? Well, Karen doesn't know anything supposedly until here. For whatever reason, Karen's story has to be. I don't understand this, but Karen's story has to be that she found out about this, okay, because of the neighbor calling the school, not because her son called her. And I'm like, why? Like, what's the problem here? It's got to be where Karen's cell phone's located. I don't know. It's got to be something, but let's really think about it. James Barnes was out on his porch and heard screaming. That's not what happened. He ran to a fence row and said it sounded like a younger female and thought it was Holly. So he looked toward their house. He said the screams sounded like a girl being teased with a snake. Like whoever she was screaming at, she knew them. What if Karen was like, hey, have you seen Holly? Can you drive by the house? I thought she was with you. I called my mom and she said she didn't see her. Can you drive by the house? What? I'm telling you, Drew's over here like, or Clint's over here like, I saw Drew. That's who I saw, right? Anyways, the female said, stop it, goddammit. Barnes drove by 45 seconds after the screaming stopped. Nobody was there. He drove all the way to the fork in the road and did not see any vehicles on the roadway. When he got to the fork, he called his mother, Kathy Wise, who lives on the same property that he does. Kathy said that James told her the screaming lasted about 45 seconds and it sounded like a domestic. Kathy went to the house and saw Clint was going up to the woods. You see that? Kathy went to the house and saw Clint going up into the woods. Clint told Kathy his sister was missing and sounded very nervous and upset. Because the original story, and it's always been Kathy's story, is when I came and got on the property and came up, okay, Clint's over here like, oh, I heard her and I came down because I heard the vehicle. And I realized right away that was my neighbor. Well, Kathy's story has always been that when she came to the house, which I'm telling you is way earlier, that's why this is important. Kathy went to the house and saw Clint going up into the woods. She saw him going into the woods. Clint's over here saying, I never went into the woods. And then she's talking about he's coming out of the woods and he didn't even have a shirt on. Wild shit. Who knows? But I'll tell you this. These cops, for whatever reason, are like, dude, they think that James Barnes went over there between 7:40 and 7:45. He did not. You have an eyewitness that has a white truck who's military. Everything is regimented. He's like, I was at my gate at 7. I hear the cats howling at 7:15. We put the boat in at 7:30, and that's when I see the white truck fucking flying going 60. So screaming at 7:15. Then when you actually go and peel back James's version of events, he's like, yeah, I started loading up my truck at 7:15. The girlfriend is like, we woke up at 6:15. The girlfriend of James. So what makes more sense here? I was loading up my tools. So this had to be between 7:15 and whenever I called my mom at 7:47, but that was after I remember calling her and I was on Five Forks. I was up there at the fork in the road. And he's like, I went over to the Bobos. I turned off my loud engine and I sat there in the driveway and then I pull out and then, I go back. And I didn't go straight over there. I was listening. I was watching. I didn't see any of their vehicles and what have you. And I'm like, so you didn't see the same speeding away truck at 7:30 that these two older guys that are fishing saw and heard, and they're putting the screams at 7:15 and the truck at 7:30 that was speeding away. Don't you think that's way better of a why isn't that in the timeline here? It's very important. And what this all means is that the police, by giving it no merit, it's because, Holly's using her phone. So it couldn't have been that. And I'm like, oh my God, you fucking idiots. What it tells you is that Holly isn't using the phone, you complete dipshits. How about that fucking logic? How about the person that's been feeding you every fucking paragraph of everything that you've been writing down has been lying to you? How about that one? How does that work out? That couldn't have been because blah, blah, blah. Well, no, what it shows me is that Holly was long gone a long time ago. And then you have a mother that's lying about all of this shit. Isn't that right? That's absolutely right. And what supports this all is that Kathy Wise did not call the school. Find me where Kathy Wise called the school. And this whole thing of that here. James Barnes calls Kathy Wise. Look at this. They write it down in their stupid little thing and they still can't get it to their stupid little skulls. They're like, we have a woman that's walking into the cafeteria at 7:46 per the school video. How about if you can see all that, when does Karen walk her happy ass in that motherfucking cafeteria? Where's she on the CCTV? I don't give a shit if the secretary is walking in to the cafeteria at 7:46. Who gives a shit? She's probably supposed to be walking there. How does that correlate with telling fucking Karen anything? I want to see Karen Bobo when she's walking in if you have CCTV. I want to know why Marissa Phillips wasn't questioned and asked, okay, you got a phone call at school? She'd have probably been like, what the fuck are you talking about? She was never questioned. Where's Marissa Phillips, the secretary? She told you that? Marissa Phillips did? Who gave you this information? Karen got to school cafeteria a little late. How? Why? She was there in the parking lot at 7:23. She should have been there at 7:30. She was. Marissa Phillips, the school secretary, came into cafeteria at 7:46 per school video timestamp and told Karen that Karen's neighbor, Kathy Wise, had called because she heard screaming from Karen's house. Well, that's fucking hilarious because Kathy Wise did not call her son, or I'm sorry, her son did not call her, and I have his phone records, and his phone records show that he called his mom at 7:47. So that means that Kathy Wise, even if she wanted to call and give Karen this big old heads up about whatever's going down in her house, she couldn't have possibly called before 7:47. And then I went and looked up at how long the conversation was. Fuck all that. They were on the phone for 2 minutes. I have it as 2 minutes and 11 seconds. So I even have a discrepancy there. So then Kathy would have to say to herself, oh my God, I'm getting off the phone and I'm going to go find this Karen Bobo number. And wait, she works at the school. I got to call the school number. Where's that number? I got to go searching for that. So versus, doesn't this make a little bit more sense? Let's see. Let me think. Kathy is like, James, what the hell are you talking about? I heard screams. I'm telling you, you need to call Karen. You need to call Karen. I'm telling you, man. I heard screams over there. You need to call her. Okay. Well, Kathy Wise's cell phone never calls Karen and never calls the school. So the only prayer that you have left is that Kathy grabbed her phone, that's her landline, and potentially made a call from that to who? I'm going to call, but doesn't call the Bobo's house line to say, hey, what's going on down there? I'm just going to call the school. But again, it doesn't matter because Karen's telling the world that I was notified because of Marissa Phillips coming in and telling me. And I'm like, why can't she just say that she had her phone on her and her son Clint texted her and called her and he said, call ASAP. What's the problem? Well, no, it just can't be that way because Karen left that phone in her office. I mean, in her classroom, in her desk, whatever, you know? I'm like, yeah, but Karen calls Clint literally back in 20 seconds. And she calls from the Scotts Hill Elementary School number. Like, talk about some ESP. So think about how nuts you want me to believe this is. I think she had the phone on her, saw, but I'm gonna call Clint from the Scotts Hill Elementary School number. And I'm like, really? Wow, like, yeah. I'm like, no, there's a 751 number on there. I swear Karen has some numbers on there that are earlier. Nope. I was like, wow. So her phone, Karen's here. Okay. Karen's phone makes no calls from 7:31 to 8:09. None. Well, I take that back. 7:31 is the last call that she makes to Drew Scott. Okay, 7:31. So she's off the phone at 7:33. So from 7:33 to 8:09. Okay, nothing is on her cell phone. And then instead, she calls Clint back from the Scotts Hill Elementary School at 7:53. And for 51 seconds, there's a phone conversation. So a normal conversation would be, Clint, What's going on? I got Kathy Wise, that fucking piece of shit, calling the school, causing a goddamn ruckus down here, talking crazy shit. What's up? She thinks Kathy Wise is a fucking piece of shit. If Kathy Wise is calling my school, I'm going to be like, what the hell? What the hell's going on down there? What the hell's that James Barnes up to again? You know, that good for nothing piece of shit. We already helped the one ex get away from him. Now we got to help another probably get away from him. Think about it. Think about it. I'm falling to my knees because Marissa Phillips comes down there that didn't happen and saying, hey, I don't know, some woman named Kathy called and she said that her son heard screams coming from her house. What? No. So Karen, 51 seconds. What are you saying to your son here? Who, by the way, didn't answer Chad Marshall's call at 7:33. Okay. But he did just tried to call her and then texted and says, call me ASAP. Now, think about this. If her son, and if it truly is actually her son that has even that phone, call me ASAP, he doesn't think that there's anything alarming here. Okay? Call me ASAP. He didn't hear the screams. He just hears his dog, okay, barking. And he didn't see any of the blood yet. You know what I mean? Call me ASAP. Let me tell you why call me ASAP. Ready? Call me ASAP. Because Kathy fucking Wise is down here, Mom. Kathy Wise is down here now. Wait, what do you mean, Lana? Yeah. He calls his mom and texts her, call me ASAP, because Kathy Wise was down there. Okay? And this is what gives Karen this big old, you know, Kathy Wise is down here. Oh shit, what the hell? What yeah, just letting you know. Whatever plan we had, it just got blown up because she says she's calling the police. What? So you better call. Oh hell. Oh fuck. Call me ASAP. There's a problem. We have a little problem in our little glitch little problem we have here. It's called the Jennifer Drake problem. It's called the Isaac Funderburg problem. Call me ASAP. Call me ASAP. Wait, what? What the fuck? I can't call from this phone. I gotta call from the call me ASAP. 51-second call. Then, according to this crap here, Karen Bobo incoming call to so she sent another one out to Clint from Scotts Hill Elementary. And Karen said that, yep. Clint's like, was Holly and Drew going hunting, or was Holly not supposed to go to school? Clint said Holly's car was still there. Clint told Karen that Holly was outside with Drew. Karen told Clint to call 911. Karen dialed 911 and got Henderson County 911, and she hung up. Karen called Clint back. Nope. There's only two phone calls between Karen and Clint, and it's at 7:53 and 7:56. So when they try to make this extra phone call in here, so here, 7:53, that's your phone call. And then the 7:56 call, like it's just those two. So Karen dialed 911 and she's hung up. Then Karen called Clint back Okay. And told him it was not Drew and to try to get his sister. Terry Brumley drove Karen home and called 911. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? None of this is true. You guys, the 911, like dispatch in front of your faces. $759, 911. That number right there is Scotts Hill Elementary School. Or is it the hospital that's over there? Karen Bobo advised someone in camo dragged her daughter off into the woods behind their house. Her brother heard screaming, no vehicles. So she had to like, I got to take matters into my own hands. I got to call, and this is what I have to say. And because Clint hadn't even gone outside yet. Clint didn't see them walking off into the woods. If you actually go based off of what he's saying, you know. And so according to his mother here, I talked to Clint the first time. Hey, did Holly have school? She's here out here with, I hear her here with Drew. What? No, call the neighbors. What? Call the neighbors? What the fuck are you talking about? No, call the neighbors. Then she hangs up. Then this is where she says, I called 911, realized it was Henderson County, hung up. Then I called Drew. Then I call, what's his name back? Clint back. And I say, he's still thinking that it's, you know, Drew. And I'm like, it's not Drew. And in her interview with 2020, she says, because I know that Drew's hunting. I know that it's not Drew because I know I had prior knowledge of where Drew is. The fuck are you talking about? Drew wasn't hunting. He was done hunting a long time ago. And she knew it because she talked to him at 7:31. Right? Yeah. So if that's not Drew, hang up and call the police. Get a gun and shoot him. What? And Clint's like, I didn't call the police because I knew it was Drew right then. And she wants me to shoot Drew? What the fuck? Okay. Then she calls 911 at 7:59 from the school. And that's why the reason that none of this makes sense is because that's not how it happened. She calls at 7:59 and she's the one that put it out to the world that her son never told her that anybody was drug off to the woods yet. Her son keeps on telling her that it's Drew here and that they're having some conversation in the garage, the carport. So here's Karen, because she knows that Kathy Wise is now, oh shit, I got a call. My daughter was drug off in the woods. Remember that whole scream that people heard? Well, who says it couldn't have been? I don't know. Whatever the hell was going on, and Karen saw the blood by the car. She's coming down. She sees the blood right there, and so she screams. You know, because this whole James Barnes hearing screams. The guy over with the boat getting in, he hears him at 7:15. He thought it was cats howling. Okay. 7:15. I said, well, that's interesting. I said, sounds like Karen Bobo was still on that property. And her ass was screaming, flipping out. All I know is that if those howling and screamings and everything is happening at 7:15, another thing that you have to look at, well, then Holly Bobo's already what? She can't be texting and doing any of this shit. She's already been taken. She couldn't have been talking to her mom at 7:31, 7:20, all that shit. She can't be texting Drew for the last time at 7:42. And she sure as shit can't be answering a phone call at 8:09. Is this a ransom gone wrong? Okay. Is there a ransom on Monday night? All I know is that Karen knows everything. Anyways, going back to this beautiful timeline, Terry Brumley drives Karen home and dialed 911. That just didn't happen. So, what calls are on Karen's phone? Very interesting ones. Karen's phone at 8:12, her cell phone that she doesn't have, calls her daughter at 8:09. 8:12 calls Donna, or Donna calls her and it's on call waiting, and so she clicks over and she takes that call. So fuck. Hold on one second. Here you go. Okay. So Clint doesn't text Drew, Scott, at all. To say like, hey, are you outside with my sister? No, that doesn't happen. Let's see. Karen. Good old Care Bear. All right, Karen, what you got for me? Well, yeah, about that. Okay. Holly. Okay, so at 8:08 a.m. for a 2-minute call. So when it says 2 minutes because it goes over the minute, and it's an wait, what? Yeah, it's an outgoing call. And if you want to believe that the other calls that they had that day, that they talked to each other, then you have to believe that this is the same thing, because the 7:30 a.m. one and the 7:23 a.m. one, she calls Holly at 7:23. They talk, and then at 7:30, she calls Holly, and she says that they talk. It's all going over that 1 minute mark. Okay. Well, here at the 8:08 one, when she calls Holly again, they're over here saying that it was 44 seconds. Well, it's even a little bit more than that, because Karen's phone registers that it was over the 1 minute mark. And who used Karen's phone to call Holly Bobo at 8:08, and it connects. Then the next one is 8:12, and it's an incoming call for 3 minutes from her mom, Donna. So I'll make it so you guys can see this. It's actually her mom. The mom calls her. So 8:08, she calls Holly Bobo's cell phone. And at 8:12, and guys, just so we're clear, on Holly Bobo's call, for it to say that there was an incoming call for 44 seconds, that means the call was accepted. If it's a missed call, it does not, like when Chad Marshall called Clint Bobo that morning at 7:33, and Clint hit the side button to ignore it. It's showing on Chad Marshall's as an outgoing call at 7:33. Okay. If you use Clint's phone records, there is no call at 7:33. Okay. It's because guess what? He clicked it to the side. It means he sent it to voicemail. Okay. And it did not it did not register on Clint's as an incoming call. All right. So they're all in the same family plan. This 8:08 call on her mom's cell phone, it's an outgoing call for 2 minutes. On her daughter's cell phone, it's an incoming call, accepted, answered, had for at 8:08 or 8:09. For on her end, by the time it got answered, it was 44 seconds. So now think about this. Who was the most adamant person to have Holly Bobo's cell phone start pinging? How does Karen know that Holly has her phone? Go find that phone, go track that phone. They sent them on that goose chase with that phone. It gets better. Okay. So who called at 8:14 an incoming call Why is there an incoming call coming in from Chassity? That's a family member at 8:14. Clint Bobo has made no phone calls to anybody. It's Karen and Clint. Karen and Clint. After that, so we'll put, what time's that at? That's at 8:14. Chassity. Why the fuck is Chassity calling? And yep, it was answered. It's an incoming call. Who? This is her mom's cell phone. Then at 8:19, D. Lynn. 8:19. She calls D. Lynn. And it was connected. 8:19. Then call waiting. Call waiting. She clicks over to answer her mom's call at 8:20. At 7:59, she's at the school making a 911 call. She then gets into Terry Brumley's vehicle, and they lie on the stand and say that she made the 911 call from Terry's car. It didn't happen. But in order for you to get to your house, it's a 25-minute drive from the school, if that's, what's up. So look at all this. This is all while they're driving in the vehicle to her house. It takes 25 minutes to get from the school to her house. Okay, ready? Then, this is going to blow your tits off. Why the hell are you calling Clint Bobo? Wait, what, Lana? Yeah. I'm over here trying to explain to people that Clint Bobo must have not been on the property. Well, why would you say that? Well, because at 8:23, there's a minute call. Clint Bobo clicked his mom or answered it, hung up, and she didn't realize it. Okay. But Clint Bobo, it's a call waiting situation with the 8:25 one. Okay. Well, okay. So just making sure with, yeah. All right, so picture this. Me and Terry Brumley rolling up. Oh, well, what time does she want these How is she in the presence of, what's his name? William Hayes. Karen Bobo wants goddamn helicopters in the fucking air at 8:28. Look at this. Okay. William Hayes, 8:28. William Hayes is with Karen Bobo. Rolling up together. William Hayes with Karen Bobo wants helicopter. Wants helicopter from JTHP. told him that I have to have authority from the sergeant or investigator at the scene. Okay. This is why when she's over here, she doesn't even think who's at the scene. She's like, I need somebody at that scene. Here's the 70. According to Clint Bobo, though, they call and say, hey, the 704 is here, just pulled up. Clint Bobo's the person that's saying, oh, I'm asking if the officers are close by. Oh, never mind. Sergeant Weber, he just pulled up. Bullshit. Bullshit. This is what you call, you want to talk about intel? You want to talk about inside job? Decatur County Sheriff's Office, you guys are tricky. I'll give you that. You guys thought about it. I give you that. You guys, I give it to you. So her mom doesn't have her cell phone, but yet she calls her daughter, talks on the phone to whoever had it. 8 to 12 a.m. She calls her mom, or I'm sorry, her mom calls her. They talk. 8:14 a.m. Chassity is a cousin. 8:19, she calls D. Lynn. 8:20, Donna's on call waiting. And then 8:23 and 8:25, when you're supposed to be rolling up there, to the house, that because supposedly just you and Weber just standing there, you roll up and you need to call your son. Hey, Clint, where are you? Hey, Clint, where are you? What? No, she tells the officers, I didn't have my cell phone. None of these are me because I didn't have my cell phone. I got in Terry Brumley's car and I have to use Terry's phone. So who the fuck has your phone? And who called Holly at 8:08 and talked to her? What? Yeah. There's more. When did you get in a William Hayes? I'm like, who called William Hayes? How is William Hayes with Karen Bobo right now? William Hayes calls the police to say, I am with Karen Bobo at 7 or at 8:28. And she wants a helicopter. Mr. Hayes then says that he was part of some place that he's a deputy at. Sergeant Bird, he is at Mount whatever, and no idea what that's about, but he already spoke to Sergeant Wood with JTHP and will talk further about a helicopter. Excuse me? Yeah, the 700. Oh, wow. How'd that ever happen? But how is William Hayes with Karen Bobo? Where the hell who is William Hayes? Then Sherry from Henderson County is still trying to get a canine officer. He worked late last night. Because, wow. Well, let's see what's still going on here. Remember, Clint was like, my mom was just, I could not console her. She was inconsolable. What are you talking about? Your mom is calling you, and you guys were on the phone for 4 minutes. Because where are you, Clint? Where are you? Get your ass back here, or what is she talking to you saying? Yeah, keep taking that phone. I'm gonna tell me get that ping going. Drop that phone off. Get it going, son. Ready? Then I got more for you. Here's Karen. What's Karen do next? Well, Karen decides that I need to call this Myra. I got to call Myra. So she calls a woman named Myra at 8:29. Karen's phone does. Myra. Then if that's not enough, then Karen's like, I'm going to call D. Lynn for 5 minutes. Now there's a woman that gave the police a very important tip and said, I was pulling around and D. Lynn is in a BMW driving like a bat out of hell, speeding off on Swan Johnson Road with Clint in the passenger seat. What? I found that tip. Her nice statement there. Yeah, D. Lynn. I was like, who the hell is D. Lynn Burton? Well, according to this woman, at, what was it, 8:29? Did I put that one down? 8:29. Fuck, Myra. Oh, 8:29. D. Lynn. It's like Dylan, but D. Lynn. 5-minute phone call. It was incoming. Wait, was it? I think you called her. Yep, 5 minutes. Call waiting. Call waiting. So, yep. She called and you clicked over. And it was 5 minutes and it was at 8:29. So you didn't, when you were on the phone with Myra, you're like, I gotta go. D. Lynn's calling me with my son, Clint. Okay. Then 8:38 a.m. You called D. Lynn again for 2 minutes. Karen Bobo tells the officers that she did not have her phone after 7:31 a.m. until Kim Duncan, her sister, brought it to her. Unknown time. It was before noon though. What? Come again? So ready for this part? It was before noon though. What? So again, I'm telling you guys, she is saying that she did not have her phone and she left it in her classroom. Okay. So I want to take a look back and let's see. Okay. She called D-Lynn again. No, wait. Then now Tammy White is calling her at 8:39 and she clicks over and she takes the call. Like, D-Lynn, I gotta go. Tammy's on the line. Take that at 8:39. Then Chassity. Okay. I thought she was inconsolable. Chassity again. And that was at 8:40 for 2 minutes. You know, Chassity calls her. That call's taken. Then Scotts Hill Elementary School calls her cell phone. Scotts Hill Elementary School calls her cell phone. I'm sorry. She calls Scotts Hill Elementary School at 8:42. So let me get this straight. Kim Duncan has your phone and decides to take your phone and call Scotts Hill Elementary School? Yeah, okay. Fuck out of here. And all y'all motherfuckers just ate this shit up? Dykus? Come on, bro. Who just sits? You guys. If Kim Duncan works at the high school, Kim Duncan is her sister. Kim Duncan is Whitney's mother. Whitney Duncan. Okay. Kim Duncan is at the high school and decides to take Karen Bobo's phone and call the fucking high school? Come on, man. Hot diggity dog. I mean, I was told that Drew's daddy sold drugs. Dana Bobo sold drugs, weed and shit. Okay. Again, 8:42. Okay. Now, check this out. Well, after Scotts Hill Elementary, then 8:44. So ready. Ryan Duncan. Then D. Lynn. Okay. She calls Ryan Duncan. She calls, and then D. Lynn calls while she's on the phone with Ryan Duncan, and she takes the call, waiting call for D. Lynn. Then D. Lynn, she calls at 8:49, again, back. So she's, then at 8:52, she calls Whitney Duncan. Then while she's on the phone with Whitney Duncan, okay, at 8:52, this is what's mind-blowing. Natalie Bobo calls at 9:08. But it says call waiting. And that makes absolutely no sense because the call that she was on before that was only 2 minutes. And so it's like, how can there be a call waiting like that only normally happens if you're on the phone and it's in close proximity? So what I want to show you guys there is it's like this. I mean, I think I figured it out, but it's D. Lynn. 8:52. 9:08, 9:08. All right. So this is what happened. For this call, for the Natalie Bobo call to originate, this is her niece. Okay, Natalie Bobo call. For it to originate on your cell records and show up as a call waiting call, that happens when there should be another number that you were talking to, because like this call either has to be for 18 minutes basically, and then that would be when you click over how you answered this call is from a call waiting. And so, but that would mean that this call in front of that call had to be 18 minutes. It's not. It is only 2 minutes. And so therefore then you should be off the phone at 8:54. Okay. And so for the next call then, for it to just be originating as a call waiting call, what it could potentially, I think, could be is back in the day, you'd have to ask AT&T if I was to call my voicemail or hit a button so that I'm like listening to my voicemails. And then while I was doing that, a call that is coming in, and then I take the call that's coming in and and I'm no longer listening to my voicemail. Okay. It's the only thing that I can think of because otherwise there's an issue here. But the Natalie Bobo call here at 9:08 that's a call waiting. So she answers the call. This phone answers it, and it was for 2 minutes. And then, or I'm sorry, it was for a minute. Then while she's on this call for 1 minute, D. Lynn is calling, and she clicks over and takes this call. Okay. And the question I have is when you're asking people how they found out about the abduction of Holly Bobo, right? That question came up. And I looked at Holly Bobo's, or not Holly, but I looked at Natalie Bobo's cell phone records because I wanted to see when basically who informed her, what text message, what cell phone number called her. Somebody had to call Natalie to tell her this, right? And I'm going to leave that for another day. But Natalie calls Karen, her cell phone. And what I thought was interesting is that Karen calls all these people, or Karen's cell phone, because Karen claims that Karen doesn't have her cell phone. Okay. So Karen's cell phone's doing all of this shit, right? So why didn't Karen's cell phone call Natalie Bobo? Like, that's like the number one number besides Drew that her daughter was like, why wouldn't you call Natalie Bobo? That's who your daughter was hanging out with aside next to Drew. The only other person on a regular basis, and that was more recently, was Natalie. And you're not going to call her? Karen Bobo told the police that she thought that Natalie, she wanted the police to look into Natalie. Wild shit. Now, after this ridiculous call waiting crap, then from 9:08 to 9:44, like that's where there's like this, there's nothing going on with her phone. And then at 9:44, there's a Dusty, she calls a Dusty Gilbert for 2 minutes. And then at 11:38, Dusty calls her back. So again, 9:08 to 9:44, nothing. 9:44, a Dusty Gilbert. She calls him. And then he calls her back. And all this would have taken, it was simple police work to say, hey, D. Lynn, who'd you talk to that morning? How'd you find out about the abduction of Holly Bobo? Oh, her mom called me. Oh, did she? With her cell phone, huh? Hey, Donna, come on down. Let's talk. Hey, Chassity. Hey, Myra. Hey, Tammy White. Hey, Ryan Duncan, Whitney Duncan. Hey, Dusty. Hey, Brittany Devereaux. That's Clint Bobo's ex-girlfriend, who then became his recurring girlfriend right after this abduction. And Brittany called Karen, 12:59. Then Kim Duncan, and I said, holy shit. So Karen had to say, yeah, I got my cell phone back, and it was, I don't know what time, but it was before noon. You want to know why she's saying that? Well, probably because Kim Duncan, I don't know, is calling Karen Bobo, 1:57. So Kim Duncan, if Kim Duncan's calling that cell phone, Kim Duncan probably doesn't have it, right? Kim Duncan calls the cell phone at 1:57. And then let's see. Oh boy. D. Lynn. Okay, then ready? Here's drum roll. At 5:45 p.m. 5:45 p.m. Karen Bobo calls Drew Scott. Why? Why did you call Drew Scott at 5:45 p.m.? Doesn't call. There's no calling Drew. You know. 5:45. So let's see. From 1:57 to 4:15, there's a bit of a gap. But yeah. So explain this to me. How does Jennifer Thompson she gets hired on this case? What's the first thing that you do? I don't know. You start looking at the case from the beginning. Well, let's see the parents' cell phone. Let's see the cell phone records. No, why would we do such a thing? Okay, this is the I would love to know where the raw data is for this. This is the target number here is Holly Bobo's cell phone number, okay? And we're going to look at, we can go like this. Nothing matters except for two things with Holly Bobo's cell phone numbers when this happened with like this locating her. These pinging. Okay. Why don't Karen call Holly after 8:09 a.m. or am I wrong? Yeah, they should be calling. Well, she talked to her. That is a connected call. A connected call. Karen Bobo and her daughter. It connects. Okay. Take a look here. None of this matters. No one gives a fuck about these cell towers because none of them matter in 2011 because they're so bad. Like, it's just not good information. But this is what should be very important to people. Okay? Now, this is 12/17, 12/18, 12/21, 12/21, 5/04, 5/20, 5/48, 7/06, 7/18, 7/19, 7/21, 7/21, 7/22, 7/23, 7/23, 7/28, 7/29, 7/30, 7/31, 7/33, 7/33, 7/40, 7/42, 7/53. Okay. 7/54 and 7/59, 8/07, 8/09, 8/10, 8/11, 8/17, 8/26. Okay, hang tight. Now, ready? 8:57 first ping. All right, so take a look. Duration. 2 seconds and 5 seconds. Those were outgoing calls. 2 and 5. Then you see 2 text messages. Okay. Well, it doesn't, it's not technically 2. It's like she tells him at 12 or at, 12:21 that I just tried calling you. And the first time it rang, you know, it was like, it's like she was calling out what the text said. It was really here. Hold on. See how it says 000 crossed, 000 crossed. 504 is a text message. Okay. And it's an incoming one. He texts her 000 crossed. Okay. 520 000 crossed. 548 000 crossed. That's a text message. 706 text message. 718 text message. 719 text message. 721 41 seconds. Look at this. 721 41 seconds. And I'm like, what the hell? I was like, why is this registering twice? When it's 00, those are all text messages, these ones. But right here, 721, 41 seconds. See how it says outgoing, outgoing? 41 seconds. It's doing it 2 times. And I said there's something wrong with that. Then you look at 7. So outgoing from her phone at 7:21, and it was a 40-second call, but it's registering it twice. The same call, it's putting it twice here. Okay. Why? Next, 7:22. It's a text message. It's an outgoing text message. Then 7:23, right here. It's an incoming call. 1 minute and 22 seconds. 1 minute and 22 seconds. Incoming call. And that's from her mom. 7:21 call was when it was an outgoing call. That is Holly's phone calling her mom's phone. And her mom's over here saying, I didn't answer it. And I call bullshit. Back then, if you were to answer it and merge the call, would it be on its own line? Like, see how there's 2 of these? There's a reason that there's 2. Because, for example, on Holly Bobo's mother's phone, when we look at her call logs, right here, at 7:21. Okay, 7:21. Ready? When you look at her mom's call records, the 7:21 call, it's not on here. It doesn't exist. Okay? And so what I was able to do and determine is that when Holly Bobo's call, and it called out right here at 7:21, and it said that it connected for 41 seconds. Okay. Is that if this side doesn't show that there was a call from her mom, there's nothing there. It doesn't say incoming call. It says 7:16, and then it says 7:16 again, and then it says 7:23, Holly. And that was a call that was outgoing. See how Holly says here at 7:21, she makes an outgoing call. And then she texts Drew at 7:22. And then an incoming call comes in to Holly's phone. Incoming. 1 minute and 22 seconds. And what basically this phone does, in my opinion, you can really make a strong argument for it. And at 7:23, I personally believe that is that the time? Is that this phone is being handled by the same person that has the Holly's mom. At this point in time, I believe that Holly's mom has the phone, both phones. Whoever has Holly's mom's phone has Holly's phone. Oh, Tina, Holly was just calling me. Let me call you right back. I think this is her. Let me take this phone call. Okay. But there was no phone call at 7:21. The one that's happens in here is this incoming call. One minute and 22 seconds. And this is what she's saying is this. Holly's like, Bill Brasher told blah, 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 that he needed blah, blah, blah. Drew can't be, Drew's allowed to be hunting on that, you know, he's allowed to be hunting. What the hell? Oh, okay. Well, let's take a look at what they say over here. $7:21, nobody talks to anybody. But here they look at these phone records and they say, as Karen Bobo was walking into school, she got a call from Holly. Well, you guys just saw, I just showed you Holly's phone records. Or, I'm sorry, Holly's phone, or Karen's phone is not indicative of receiving a call from Holly at 7:21. Like, there's a problem. It doesn't show anything happening at 7:21. So, yeah, 7:21. Go look at the phone records. Nope, sorry. Then she says that at 7:22, Holly calls Drew. No, she's like, oh, it was a text message to Drew, actually. Then where she's like, okay, Karen calls Holly back, 1:22. And then Holly calls Drew. Drew calls Holly, and no. 7:25, we have her stuff right here. 7:25. You see this? 7:25. No minutes. Or I'm sorry, it's 1 second. 1 second. Does that say 1 second? $7.25. What do we have? 7.25. Oh, yeah, 1 second. That means that it connected for 1 second. One second. And then 7, 1 second. What happened with, what can happen in a second? Nothing. Then 7:28. 7:28. Drew calls Holly, no answer. And they're like, no, we realized it was a text message. So 7:29. Holly calls Drew. No, we realized it was a text message. Then Karen calls Holly back 1 minute and 10 seconds. Now I want you to look at this. Right here. 7:31. Text message, okay? Incoming. 7:31 incoming text message. Outgoing. 7:33. Outgoing text message. And then right here, look at this. See that 350 Hughes? You know where that tower is? That is right next to Scotts Hill Elementary School. Shut up, Lana. I'm going to show you. It's right next to the elementary school. I'll show you right here on Google Maps. This is 2011. This is how they thought they were going to solve this case. Oh, boy. Oh, where's that? Lana, oh, my God. Where are you? Oh, I'm just at, this is a cell tower that's right in the area. 350 Hughes Road. Okay, well, can you show us more what you're talking about? Yeah, take a look. What's this right here? Scotts Hill Elementary? Yeah, right here. Oh, went in too close. Let's go right back there. Okay, right here. Scotts Hill Elementary. 114 right there. See off of 114? Now, well, let's go to 350 Hughes from, we'll give it directions. Let's say directions. And we'll put Scotts Hill Elementary. Is that right? Come on, man. Can you guys see it, or did I not share it yet? Oh, there you go. Wow, isn't that great? I tried to explain this and I said, why is Holly's phone down here south? Usually outgoing stuff's like, so remember, Karen, okay, the handoffs don't work like they did in 2011, but Karen seems like she has Holly's cell phone. And because why would it hit off of this cell tower down here? 733. Okay. 733, this is the cell tower that she's on, which services Scotts Hill Elementary School. Y'all see that? You guys see this? Fight me on it. Fight me on it. I'm not wrong. That's the cell tower. Also, the other thing that looks really, really bad is when the phone begins to move from the Bobo residence that they say, if you guys want to, the cell towers mean nothing to me in this case, to be honest. It's all about the time frames of the calls and where people say that they are and what they're doing. And when you just go to vet it, it's just not, it's not accurate. And you're working with a bad, horrible timeline of when the crimes happened or when this crime happened. And you will always get the wrong person in a crime when you have the time of the crime wrong. Okay? Hello. And then I said to myself, why is Drew Scott's, phone, target phone, the first thing it starts with is the 733, texting. And I still can't get, so poor Drew over here is, him and Holly never talked on the phone that morning. Never talked on the phone. The only person that Drew talked to on the phone that morning, if you really look at the data, is, and that's when Karen, and she says that she calls Holly back at 7:30, and they talk for a minute and 10 seconds. And then after that, she hangs up, and Karen calls Drew Scott at 7:31, and then the call ends, and then Holly texts Drew at 7:31. It's like the person that's using Karen and Holly's phone is never overlapping. Okay, you would be thinking with all of the stuff that's going on, I looked and I said, can one person do all the movements with Holly Bobo's phone and Karen Bobo's phone? And I said, yep, sure can. It's all happening. I'm writing this, and then I'm writing that. I'm writing this, and then I'm writing that. So, Drew Scott's the only person that knows when Karen called you at 7:31 on that day. Did you talk to Karen, or did it go to voicemail? To say that at 7:33, Holly calls Drew, no, it was a text message. And then Drew texts Holly at 7:39, and guess what? It then comes in on Holly's phone at 7:59. The same text message that was already sent at 7:39. Oh boy, we have a problem. Holy shit. Oh, wow. Is that a 7? I thought that was a 2. Oh, wow. This even gets better. Oh, my God. I don't think Terry Brumley, what did you get yourself into? Because People lie to people all the time, Terry. Terry, what did you get yourself into, girl? Oh my God. Holy shit, Terry, what have you done? Terry's husband is a pastor. Terry left the school right after this happened. Oh, Terry. The 911 dispatch number at 7:59 is from Terry's cell phone number. Oh my God. According to Clint Bobo, his mom and Terry would drive to school together. Remember, I was telling you guys that she never went into that goddamn cafeteria? What it looks like is, when did this whole cafeteria thing come up? That is why Terry had to drive her back home, because she didn't have a car. Oh my God. Terry is your fake alibi. She's like, I got into Terry's car because it was right by the gym. I got into Terry's car because it was right by the gym because I fell down. You know, you just don't hear a call like that every day. What, that Kathy Wise is a crackhead? Yeah, you do. This is so the Jennifer Drake case. This is Amber, okay? So guys, let's get this straight. Karen Bobo, who was at, oh my God. You guys know how close the grandma's property is to right where the school's at? Karen, let me get this straight. You get out of your car, you go into the school, go to your classroom. Oh my God, all the kids have already went down there. Leave your cell phone. You manage to then get to the cafeteria and lie. Who called the school and pretended that they were Kathy Wise? Or did that even happen? Because it couldn't have happened. So here you are. Oh my God, I got a call. I call Holly's phone. $7.53. Holy shit. Incoming. Oh my God, you liar. She called Holly's phone from Scottsdale Elementary. Where's Clint's? Fuck. Incoming. Wait. What? That means he answered it. 7:53. Incoming. She called Holly's phone too. She called Holly's phone at 7:53 and Clint's phone at 7:53 from Scotts Hill Elementary School. If that was truly her on the phone at Scotts Hill Elementary School, though. And guess what? Holly Bobo's phone answered it. Two seconds. And guess where that fucking call, guess what tower that one was on? Oh my God, oh my God. At 7:33, the tower is at 7:33, the tower that it hits off of, oh my God, I got it. It's at the school tower right here. Guess what tower it's on at 7:53? Fucking Drew's tower right next to where he works, 1300 North Tennessee Avenue. Fuck yeah. Take that, bitch. Oh my God, you guys are sick. Let me show you what I mean. 7:33. You passed off Holly Bobo's cell phone, didn't you, Karen? Drew. You could make it from and be on that tower at 7:33. It's on the tower of 350 Hughes, this tower. Then 20 minutes later, the location is at 1300 North Tennessee Ave. That is right next to where Drew Scott works at Parsons City. I'll show you. Sick fucks. Damn. Damn. Shit. Oh, Karen. Oh, girl, you dog, man. Your family likes him young. You got Clint liking that 16-year-old. Oh, Karen. Remember? Girlfriend to Drew's girlfriend on the tomb. Man. Oh. Hey, now. Okay, let me get to... Oh, my God. At 8:09. Damn. These people are just fucking wild. These people are just doing whatever they want in Tennessee, aren't they? This is crazy. This is so crazy. I'm going to end here. This is wild. Run it back. Check it out yourselves. The math is mathing, though. At 7:33, that text message puts man, were they framing? Were they trying to 7:33? Holly Bobo, outgoing text message. And I said, you have to go with the outgoings. Fuck the incomings. You got to go with the outgoings. Outgoing 7:33 is on this right there next to the high school. Karen, man, come on. Oh shit, Karen. And then 7:53, Holly Bobo receives an incoming answered for 2 seconds call from none other than Scotts Hill Elementary. Karen Bobo calls her daughter at 7:53 and it lands for 2 seconds. Holly's mom was trying to. What happened, man? What the hell happened on Monday night? Oh my God. Jesus. It's right here. It's in black and white. 7:59 then. I always thought this was interesting. 7:59, another incoming call. 7:59, the same time that 911 was called. Holly Bobo receives an incoming call at 7:59 from guess where? Scotts Hill Elementary. Lana, what? Yeah. Holly Bobo's cell phone received an incoming call at 7:53, 2 seconds. Then at 7:59, Holly Bobo's cell phone receives an incoming call for 3 seconds. Who called? She got it all confused. Let's see. Wait, nope. Hold on. 7. Whose is this? 549-3145. Yeah. That's the That's the number from the elementary school. Then at 7:59. Yes. That's her brother. 7798 number. And it landed. Oh my fucking God. These people are sick. Guess where it originated? 7:59. It's still on the 1300 North Tennessee Ave Parsons Tower. You know where that's at, right? That's right next to where Drew works. He works on North Tennessee Ave. Like his place of employment is right there. That's that tower. Drew then texts her at 8:07. Text message. Then her mom calls whoever has the fucking cell phone at 8:09, and it's a 47-second registered call. Which she says that she doesn't have the phone. And something's going on with her cell phone at 8:10 because there's like a weird incoming that's super strange. And then at 8:17. Dude, did they fucking ping her fucking shit at 8:10? Something, there's like a push notification or something is happening at 8:10, and then something is happening at 8:17. It's an incoming something. I think it's like a push notification. But those are really interesting times. Anyways, ain't no druggie done this. Ain't no sex offender did any of this. The lies, it's the mother of all lies. I'll see you guys in the next one. This is disgusting. Peace out. Zach Adams was not framed by Terry Britt. Zach Adams was framed by the man, and the man was Jennifer Nichols. And the man was also, right from the beginning, this was all put into motion by having the Decatur County Sheriff's Department in the back fucking pocket. Period. When you roll around with the pigs like it. People get muddy. People get fucking killed. See ya.